Come on, man. A Kia SUV is capable of taking you far, but when you use it locally to help your community, you go even further. Whether that's carrying cargo, bringing your team with you, ready, or navigating new terrain. Power up your capability with the right Kia SUV. Do more with the Kia Sportage, Kia Telluride, Kia Sorento, or Kia Seltos. Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Ryan Reynolds here for, I guess, my 100th Mint commercial. No, no. I mean, honestly, when I started this, I thought I only had to do like 4 of these. I mean, it's unlimited.
What is up? What is up? Uh, I'm sorry. I'm talking to Jesus Christ. This shit is loud. Oh man, I am talking to the jigs in the background over here. What is going on, man? This is our Sunday. What did we call this shit? TPO Court Sunday, whatever you want to call it. If you want to join the panel to discuss this Justice Department, you know, whatever it is, we got Butterfly Jones in the building. It says salute 1,000 times. Trash Media Group, man, are you uploading or are you going? I don't think I don't think you're going live. I think you upload. Have you uploaded something lately? I haven't been getting notifications. Zoomer always with the sexy red for president, you know. Back off, Red is mine. Oh man, there's a fight in the chat for sexy Red. Okay. Zoomer's in the building. Lawrence is here. Says hi, Tom. Kingdom Minded. Good evening, poor people. Last night was something else. Something else is absolutely correct. Jesus, it was, yeah. The fact that Sharon didn't want to be genuine about the conversation is crazy. I don't understand how he didn't understand that, you know, OG was literally on top of the conversation and he just wanted him to speak to what he wanted him to speak to. There was more into that show that it was just got a little crazy. But, you know, I just want to let y'all know, did y'all see how LA Wilkes was over there kissing Shiran's goddamn asshole? It was disgusting. Yeah, yes, Dad. He might as well just say yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. I agree with you. That's what LA should have said, because that's what he was doing the whole time. It was disgusting. I never seen nothing like that before in my life. I told him if he wanted LA come up here, I'll show him what he did last night, because it was disgusting. I mean, I was embarrassed to have him up here the way he was dick holing goddamn she ran. But that's neither here nor there. We should have a court system for how much dick holing and meat stretching LA Wilkes was doing yesterday. It was disgusting. He was Was
Meat stretcher, huh?
it was meat
Everybody got a
stretching.
meat stretcher.
Me stretching like a motherfucker. And it's okay. It's okay. We just know where to put him. You know, he a dick holding compilation every time I see him on something. I just can't believe it, dog. It was atrocious. You know, I wouldn't wish that on no one to have your brother up here meat stretching another dude. This shit was disgusting. I was just like, wow, this is amazing. I thought we were supposed to be cool. This nigga, yes, daddy, yes, daddy. That's how L.A. Wilkes was doing. It was disgusting last night. I just he was me stretching the shit out of She ran. The way he was me stretching Sharan, I mean, it was crazy. Careful, Tom. You keep talking.
You ain't shit, Tom.
He wasn't. You tell me you didn't see him me stretching him last night. If you
Oh,
say
I cannot tell a lie, sir.
so, you saying he wasn't me stretching?
I cannot tell a lie, sir.
It's okay. It's okay. I understand. I understand. Where's there you go. Put that in the background. I don't know. I don't know why he's gay. You gotta ask him yourself. I know y'all got his number. Uh, he ain't hiding. He in the chat over there. Now he wanna. Oh, lies. He was hot pocketing. That's a fat kingdom minded.
Pockets.
They're just stupid. I mean, the way they changed everything on here is just it says hot pockets on it.
It's easy.
Hot pockets.
Yeah, that was it's on there too. It's it doesn't say anything.
Should I call you Mr.? Pepe Julian Onzima, thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good
having
morning.
me. Morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
That's a fact. LA is fucking gay. I just listen. He wanted to talk shit in the back chat the whole day today. It was amazing how much meat gazing, stretching that this nigga was doing last night. But I'm not gonna, I ain't gonna hold him against him. We ain't gonna talk about it no more unless he come up here and I will want to show him. Of course, she better be gay. I think that would be something that she's supposed to be. But it's okay. See, you're talking from the chat, sir. I'm gonna need you to come up here and tell us why it was me stretching Sharon.
Tom, I would actually call it meat yoga.
Oh,
it was so profound.
Oh, meat yoga. You know what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll agree with you.
It was a level above just common stretching.
Damn. It was deep couch stretching. Deep cock stretching right there. That's what it was doing. It was disgusting. I ain't gonna let no one else. I ain't gonna tell no one else, man, that this boy, L.A. Wilkes, was deep cock stretching. Oh my God. I don't know why you upset. We tell no lies up here. Yeah, we tell no lies up here. Oh man, so. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking to me. I ain't did shit. I ain't even did shit. We got some court cases for your ass today. We got a cursing judge. I guess they say he's a cursing judge. He's new. He's gonna be new judge to us. I think that's all for new judges. I'm not sure. We might have 2 new judges today. Oh, son of a bitch! I just got rid of one. Fuck. I didn't mean to hit the X on that one, but let me see if I can bring it back up.
Go to history.
Yeah.
History will save you, sir.
The thing is, I don't know which one. I don't know which one it was. Okay, let me see. We got that one. Yep. Dumbass. Yep. Got that one. Oh, I got here it is. Is that it? No, it's this one. Yeah, that was it. All right, so we're gonna start off with a good old sovereign citizen one. We're gonna start off with that one. I didn't watch none of these, so we're gonna dive into this shit together. Hopefully, they get some good content because I didn't even look at a second of any one of these.
For asserting jurisdiction over my personal property, the court provide clear answers. Your Honor, my demand includes several fundamental questions regarding the nature of the court's authority. I respectfully request the court provide clear answers to these questions before asserting jurisdiction over my personal property, specifically the state of Georgia operating as a corporation or as
Sir, I'm not entertaining those questions.
Uh-oh. Hey.
A well-spoken sovereign for once.
Hey,
All right. So, good morning to both of you. This case has been going on since May of last year. In this case, Ms. Simmons has an order for $437 a month as the primary payment for child support, and she has a payment of $87 a month as a repay. For my math, my mind is not that efficient to figure out the amount. So let me just put what he's supposed to be paying. 437 plus 87, I think is what I said. All right, the child support payment is supposed to be $524 a month. Looking at my notes over time, both parties were present in June of last year, and then in August of last year, I've given multiple resets, and then he was here October, and then I dismissed the case because you were consistent in October of 2023. Then in August of 2024, she refiled because you stopped making payments. And then I set a Zoom date. I actually issued a warrant for your arrest. But we reset the case because you came in person and indicated that you did not get the hearing notice. I don't usually give second opportunities when I've worked with you for a whole year to get you back on track, and then you just fall off. Generally, that's a problem because you know you're under an order to pay child support. And I've already given you the opportunity of what I call redeeming yourself. Looking at the order, you have mom has custody of Abraham, Asher, and Naomi, 3 children. That's not a lot of child support for 3 children anyway, but all right. And so looking at your child support order, it looks like you mom was receiving unemployment payments for April. And then when we came to court last month, DCSS said that they saw that you may have had a job and they were trying to see if they could get the child support taken directly out of your paycheck. I reset the case to give you a chance that if there's an income deduction order, I would recall the warrant and let the income deduction order continue to proceed, but there's nothing to date. So last payment mom received was April, I believe. And so that's May, June, July, August, September, October, November, 7 months, 3 kids, no support at all. As what I'm showing. Okay, yes, you can raise your hand. Yes, Ms. Simmons.
I submitted evidence as well. It was something that Mr. Simmons had filed with Superior Court, I believe. So I think they may have it. They said they were going to upload it for you to be able to see it.
Okay, give me one moment. Mr. Keys, Joshua, do you see anything from her that you could forward to me?
Yeah, let me give me 1 second. Hold on. I'll look.
Okay, give me one moment, please. And you sent it to the magistrate court clerks, Ms. Simmons? Okay, give me.
Yeah, they made a copy of it.
Hey, Mayo, her lip movement reminds me of a crackhead. Like
Yeah, she got that crackhead background, but so does he.
Yeah, well, yeah. She in the rainforest and he's on top of the earth. Like, guess.
Sir, that's not Earth, sir. It's not flat.
That's a fact. See, now you're learning. Now you're learning.
Yeah, I took him into the office.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm waiting on the information from Ms. Simmons. Ms. Arena Camarillo, is there any update on the information that was sent in on the ID?
Yeah. I'm not sure when the last meeting with the court was, but I can say that on August 22nd, we received a response from an employer via fax stating that he was no longer employed at the location where we had sent the income withholding order to. They said he was no longer employed there as of August 22nd, 2024.
All right, Mr. Simmons, while I'm waiting for Ms. Simmons' information to be sent, mind you, I've already issued the warrant for your arrest, but you can go ahead and explain to me why you haven't paid any child support in the past 7 months.
He ain't got no job.
You have to unmute yourself, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm appearing under special appearance exclusively to address the challenge to jurisdiction. I request that no substantial matters proceed until jurisdiction clarification is fully resolved over my personal property. For the record, I request that all responses to the questions in my demand for clarification on jurisdiction be fully documented in court record. So a clarification of demand that was sent, that should be filed. That's what you're referring to. Demand for clarification of jurisdiction.
Okay. You have a child support order. Ms. Simmons has a child support order in DeKalb County. You are under an order to pay child support
they in Georgia.
in the state of Georgia. It is a crime to not support your children for 30 days. The law states that the case should be filed where the mother resides with the children. Ms. Simmons, I'm just going to unmute you. Ms. Simmons, where do you reside at this time?
DeKalb County.
DeKalb County, and where do the children reside?
Yeah, also DeKalb County in Stone Mountain.
And where are they attending school? In what jurisdiction?
DeKalb County. Asher attends Chamblee Charter High School in Chamblee, also DeKalb County. Naomi attends Redam Middle School, Stone Mountain, DeKalb County.
Okay, thank you. For criminal purposes, I do find to have jurisdiction over you, Mr. Simmons. You are the father of these 3 children. There's an existing child support order for you to pay child support. You're failing to pay the child support. You have not paid child support in 7 months. I'm still waiting, so give me one moment before I proceed. You don't want to explain to me why you're not working, what you're doing. You have 3.
I have a question, Mayo. What if he just said, I'm a homeless bum. I don't have a job. I don't have a house. Near that, how am I supposed to pay it? So you might as well come take me to jail.
In Georgia, then they will come take him to jail.
Yeah.
I know a guy who spent 8 months in jail for the same shit.
Even if he was homeless. That's crazy.
Sir, he was disabled.
Yeah.
From Afghanistan or from Iraq.
That's crazy. And
his crazy ex in Puerto Rico got him locked up in Georgia for 8 months.
Amazing. That's a fucking amazing.
Because they were still holding his child support amount at his Iraq wages.
And she lived in Puerto Rico?
Yep.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Never marry a stripper.
Oh, well, that's...
Never marry a stripper.
Well, you know. Well, the thing about it...
Every ranger I know who's gone down is married because he married a stripper, sir.
It's just funny that they don't hold homeless people to the fire until they owe child support. That's crazy. Okay. All right. Amazing.
Children with Ms. Simmons, and you're not making any effort to comply with my order. The jurisdiction is determined that I absolutely have jurisdiction over you because your children are not being provided for by you. The last time we received was some unemployment in April and nothing since then. So there's jurisdiction over you. What else do you want to address, Mr. Simmons?
Your Honor, my demand includes several fundamental questions regarding the nature of the court's authority. I respectfully request the court provide clear answers to these questions before asserting jurisdiction over my personal property, specifically the state of Georgia operating as a corporation, or as
Sir, I'm not entertaining those questions.
Yes.
Those are sovereign citizens questions, and I'm not answering those questions. So I'm going to mute you for right now. I have jurisdiction over you. I have jurisdiction over your children. This is an appropriate proceeding. This is a government entity, and I have jurisdiction over our court in DeKalb County have jurisdictions over you. So this is the sovereign citizen kind of thing where people act like they're not, or they present that they're not members of the United States. And yeah, no, sorry, sir. You can present whatever you want in writing, but I've already determined I have jurisdiction. You've appeared in court before. You've never made an issue, so I'm not going to let you, try to say we don't have jurisdiction over you. You've appeared multiple times before our court. All right, so give me 1 moment.
We looked in the inbox as well as look on the file. We do not see anything on file as far as from Ms. Simmons. Not saying she didn't, but we don't see anything in the actual inbox
She on that
or
coke,
attached
for
to her
real.
file.
Do you have it already scanned, Ms. Simmons?
Myself, no. They did also stamp it to say that it was received by magistrate court as well. So,
Okay, well, you can just tell me what it was. What was it?
yeah, Mr. Simmons, he submitted something apparently to Superior Court. I received a certified copy of a letter in the mail, stating basically that he believes that he should not be liable to pay child support because he did not agree to pay child support. Essentially, he said that he was under duress in having to pay child support. That is the basis of his.
All right. So there are a number of entities out that go and challenge jurisdiction and the things that he's trying to do, reading some script of narrative that the judge doesn't have jurisdiction. And sometimes they say they're not a legal person. And yeah, I'm finding that you are a legal person. You've already appeared before the court, so you can't bring any new argument before the court. I do find that you're intentionally abandoning your 3 minor children, which are Abraham, Asher, and Naomi. So I am issuing the warrant for your arrest, sir. You can turn yourself into DeKalb County Jail. Ms. Simmons, unfortunately, this doesn't expedite. It's just going to go to court. They will arrest him when it's time. They'll take him into custody, and then your case is going to be transferred to state court. So once your case is transferred to state court, Mr. Simmons, if you are recording this proceeding, I am going to hold you in contempt, and I can issue another warrant for your arrest. You are not to record this proceeding.
Go ahead, record it.
I'm not actually recording. My advice is to make sure that this is being represented accurately.
Are you recording this proceeding, Mr. Simmons?
I'm not recording this proceeding at all.
All right, thank you. Well, I was trying to give you an opportunity to explain why you haven't paid child support. You're determined, you tried to address jurisdiction. I find there's jurisdiction over you, your children. So with that being said, sir, a warrant's been issued for your arrest. You're not providing support since April. And you did good. You got off the case, and then you decided to go this route. That's on you. So $2,000 regular bond. Usually I give unsecured judicial releases, but I'm not because it's your second time before court. You can turn yourself in if you choose. If not, then there'll be a warrant outstanding for your arrest. And when they pick you up,
okay. I'm making special appearance to actually address the jurisdiction. And so what I'm trying to do is clarify that first. I know you mentioned about jurisdiction, but I'm trying to answer the questions that are in the demand for clarification for jurisdiction. So those questions that was actually submitted, and I'm waiting for you to open.
Oh, that's not me. That's Superior Court. I'm not.
No. I walked it in personally to the magistrate court. I put it in there. The same document she's talking about. I put that.
Okay, sir. You can ask me the questions about jurisdiction. I've already told you I have jurisdiction because your wife and your ex-wife and your 3 children live in DeKalb County under Georgia law. I have jurisdiction over the case. What other question do you have? And because you're the father that birthed those 3 children, you're the one that I find is committing a criminal offense.
We all know men don't birth shit, so don't say he birthed children into this world. You can't have it both ways, ma'am. Men don't birth anything. At least that's what we keep getting told. Am I right, Mayo?
Oh, that's what they keep telling us, sir.
Okay, so I don't know what the hell she talking about. You just can't make decisions based off of fiction right now. It's just crazy. Men
Of
don't
a
birth
corporate
shit.
fiction, sir. Of a corporate
That
fiction.
is corporate fiction. That's a fact.
Been issued for your arrest. What
This is-
question do you have about jurisdiction?
Is this jurisdiction being fully documented in a court of record?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And apart from that, when I mentioned about the request for the court to provide clear answers to the questions before a certain jurisdiction of my personal property, they're written in the clarification for demand that was
Okay,
filed.
I'm not taking any jurisdiction over your personal property, sir. I'm taking jurisdiction over you. And a
Yeah.
state court will decide whether or not you're going to go before a judge or jury. So that concludes our hearing, sir. Ms.
Yeah.
Simmons, you'll just go to the DeKalb County court and they will DeKalb County State Court, your
She
your
on
case has
coke
been
for real.
transferred. Mr. Simmons has not paid support. Seems like he's not going to pay support. So I would also recommend through child support that you file a motion for contempt, because I'm sure he has the ability to take care of himself. And he sounds to me like he's challenging whether or not these children should be supported
your
by
ass
him.
to
So, sir,
work,
you can
nigga.
take that up in Superior Court, but for criminal purposes, I've already determined that we have jurisdiction. Okay, that concludes our hearing. Ms. Simmons, if you go to Odyssey,
You
in
do not.
DeKalb County Odyssey, do not unmute yourself without my permission,
Oh.
sir.
Fine.
In Odyssey, you have to track your case. Okay, give it about probably beginning of the year. Go into DeKalb County Odyssey, keep putting his name in until you finally see something come up. And once it comes up, try to go to court if you can to advocate for the child support, because sometimes if mom isn't there, it just makes a difference when moms are active with the court and making sure that the support is provided. And I thought, if I don't know, did you have a special needs child one?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. Naomi has special needs. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's on coke.
Okay. All right.
Oh yeah, she on that
Okay,
coke.
I'm so sorry you're going through this, but hopefully you will be able to continue to do the best that you can do with it. All right, that concludes our hearing. All right, Mr. Simmons, you could turn yourself into DeKalb County Jail. If not, there's a warrant outstanding, and when they do a sweep through any different counties, then you'll be arrested and taken into custody. You have a bond of $2,000, and that concludes our hearing. I'll give you one final word if you have a question, Mr. Simmons, but I'm not dealing with jurisdiction questions because I've already determined I have jurisdiction over you. Do you have anything else that you need to say before I conclude the hearing?
Ass up, lock his ass up. You going to
You can
jail?
unmute.
I'm here
You're
on
going to
special
jail.
appearance.
Okay, thank you. Well, we appreciate your special appearance. You're excused from court. We can go ahead and excuse Mr. Simmons and Ms. Simmons from court, and that concludes our hearing on that case.
Guess that shit didn't work for him.
Well, sir, he didn't have money to pay child support, but he had money to pay his sovereign teacher.
His sovereign
Because
teacher.
he got the big package, sir. He bought the big package.
He bought the big package. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, now we're going.
He got the read along cards and everything.
This nigga, no one cares about you being catfish, nigga. You the one decided to bring up them old dirty hoes, them dirty traveling old, man. That ain't us.
Well, then.
Yeah. I got catfish. I got catfish. No one care. No one
I
care.
am girls, and that's what irritates me so much, because this girl is lying straight through her teeth, Your Honor. And all I'm going to ask of you is if I can give you every single paperwork that I have everything from Muskegon County. My
She
brother
kind of sexy.
Okay, because the judge told them that,
One on the bottom.
that she filed another ex parte, and he was very upset with her. Spoke to her only for 45 minutes about I can't even understand. That's why I'm asking you. Can I turn in every evidence that I have? Because no, she took the child out of his school after the.
So, Dub Will says, have the sovereign citizen thing ever worked? It absolutely has. We've seen on 2 occasions over here that it actually worked.
Yeah, where weak judges just gave up.
Technicality, motherfucker. That's what. And the motherfucker was deemed to be stupid, literally, and he won. He was deemed to be stupid, but he still wanted to fight it for some reason. I don't know why. And then another one, this both technicalities pretty much. One was just being stupid. The other one was, I think it was, they didn't file the shit right.
Yeah,
Something like that.
They didn't file a reply to a request. Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, we've never seen a up and up case ever fucking won, without technicalities. But hey, a win is a win. A win is a fucking win.
The judge told them both that they had to be, no, she didn't yet. He's got to leave his school on November 26th because she moved even further away, which is the thing. I don't see her.
Oh my God.
Tiffany, I have your last name as Christensen, which is correct. Oh, can you unmute, please?
Justin gave me the option. Sorry. I didn't know who I was. Sorry.
That's okay.
It is Fallon. I've tried to correct it every time I've came in, showed my license. The last time I was at a hearing, I don't know why it never gets corrected.
Okay. I don't think that once a case is filed, they can change it, but I just wanted to make sure that they had the
I'm making a
right
ruling on this.
Yes, it is me. I.
I'm making a ruling based on looks, and the chick in the stripes wins, sir.
Considering she has a child, or no,
and
she has a child with her with Tiffany's brother.
Yeah.
Or vice versa. I don't fucking know which one it is.
And she's kind of hot.
Which one?
In the stripes, sir.
Oh, okay. If you say so.
She's kind of cute.
She ain't ugly.
We are here in the case
I've seen a lot worse.
Alyssa Rodman versus Tiffany Fallon, also known as Christensen, case number 24-05908 PP. This hearing is being recorded on Zoom and live streamed on YouTube.
And this matter is before the court on Ms. Rodman's objection to the referee's recommendation subsequently adopted in the court's order, keeping this personal protective order in place until at least it expires on December the 18th of this year per its own terms. So as an initial matter, I would invite both parties to state and spell your names for the record. We can begin with petitioner Ms. Rodman.
Alisa Rodman. Did you say spell my name?
Yes, please.
Alisa, last name Rodman.
Thank you, ma'am. And Ms. Phelan.
Well, it's Tiffany Fallon, which is TIFFANYFALEN. I was married, got divorced about 5 years ago, and it was Christensen then, and that is CHRISTIANSEN.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. And Ms. Christensen, this is your appeal, and it basically indicates that you think that there was new evidence, which you did attach there, that wasn't reviewed by the court previously, and that would result in the termination of the TPO. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah, that's correct.
And here, let me swear you in so I can get it as testimony. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was very confused when I got served with this PPO. At the last hearing, I didn't even know that there were two police incident reports to Kent County that she had called about. And let me back up. First of all, I don't even see this girl. This girl is the mother to my nephew. We have not had any contact other than just through like social media, Snapchat. She was just like back in May, Snapchatting me like of my nephew. Like we've had no altercations ever, Your Honor. We've never had any issues. My brother called me up on May 7th. I hadn't even spoken to him actually for a couple months, and he didn't know what was going on. He went to pick his son up or something. I'm not sure. Anyway, what initially I guess happened, and I've got all the paperwork now from my brother's court proceedings with Miss Rodman over this stuff. She basically tried to say that my brother was abusing my nephew. There was a CPS case.
Ma'am, we don't care about your issues. We want to know why y'all two are she need a PPO against you Had nothing to do with your brother.
Case. This is all through Muskegon County because they lived in Muskegon County when this all took place, when their son was like, when they moved here, when they lived with me, when they first moved here. They lived in Muskegon County. So this is all in Muskegon County. So this all started at the beginning of May. I went to her house, Your Honor, and I absolutely did leave a letter for her because I was concerned for her and for this child because I had heard she'd had got a new boyfriend. And this is where it really is frustrating to me because I am a survivor of domestic violence. I've had reconstructive surgery from the state of Michigan.
And
Bitch, no one care. That has nothing to do with this case.
no.
Why ain't he stopping her from talking this dumb shit? It had nothing to do with the case. This is crazy.
For the victim service unit because of my abuser who has spent time in jail, who I have a PPO on, who I had to fight to get a PPO on. And I mean, I'm just lost. But anyway, I go to this woman's house, to her house, and I'm already in Grand Rapids. She lives where she lived. She's a long ways away from me. I don't have time. I run a cleaning business, my daughter and I do, and that's another reason I need this PPO off. My daughter and I run a cleaning business. I don't have time to go to her house to stalk her. I don't have any a reason to do any of those things. So wherever she heard that through was wrong.
Them tears dried up
In
quick.
her initial thing, I did come and I left the letter, which is attached right here to the very first PPO. And if you read that letter, there is not one thing in that letter that is threatening or harmful. And when the policeman called me later on that evening, he said that, and I still didn't know about CPS or anything. I just didn't know why my brother couldn't get DAID, and I was concerned. So I stopped there after I dropped my workers off in Grand Rapids, went a little further, stopped at her house, left her the note that I said that I stopped before work to see you and Dade. Just wanted you to know that I'm here for you if you want to talk. I love you and Dade very much. Love, Tiff. And then I put, I promise I came here out of love and concern because I didn't want her thinking that I was coming there for my brother for any reason. I was concerned about my nephew, period.
And
Then
Dade is your nephew?
Yes. And Your Honor, they've been going through these court motions in Muskegon County. If you look it up or get a hold of Judge Pittman, you will see she has filed ex partes. Everything has been turned around and denied. My brother got put on a supervised visitation and I got named the supervisor, which Alyssa didn't want. So then she went a step further to try to make up these accusations, I guess, about me and get
Are
a
you
PPO
still the
on me.
supervisor?
No, because it's all null and void. Everything was found inaccurate. Everything got overturned. The judge put everything back to normal. They have another court hearing actually next Tuesday because now she just moved the child out of his school district. Like there's so much that you don't know what's going on because it's a whole nother county. But I shouldn't have a PPO. I went to Miss Rodman's house one time and left a letter. She has another thing in there about a police report, an incident report in Kent County from a day that we were at court in Muskegon County, claiming that I followed her out of the courthouse, harassing her. Your Honor, you know there's cameras. I never once followed that girl. I never once left the same floor that she was on of the courthouse. That's a lie. And why did she wait until 7:00 p.m. at night to report it in Kent County rather than in Muskegon County? If you were threatened by me, you're at the courthouse. Why did you wait till 7 p.m. to report it at Kent County? That doesn't make much sense. Like I have not done any of these things. I run a cleaning business. My name gets ran for background checks. Like this is everything that she has put my brother, my daughter, this little boy through for the past however many months over all of her lives that keep getting found out that she is obviously just making up accusations and that are false. Like I don't want this on my name, sir. I literally was signed up for a CPL class because that was the next step I had to take to protect myself. And then I get a letter from the state of Michigan that I can't take my CPL class because I have a PPO. It's just, I'm sorry.
Yep. And you're thinking you needed to arm yourself to protect yourself from Miss Rodman?
No, sir. I have a PPO against my abuser.
Okay. A whole separate person, different matter.
So my point is like, I get served this PPO and I'm thinking to myself, what did I do? I left her a letter. Like, I can't even get my CPL now because my abuser constantly shows up. We're constantly in court. over like PPO violations, and I don't know how he always gets out of it all. But anyway,
Wait a minute.
I'm just lost. Like I can't. I've literally been turned down jobs because it
Mayo.
came back that
She
Yes,
just
sir.
said she said she can't take her CPO because her abuser keeps showing up.
No, that's because he keeps breaking it. He
Oh,
keeps showing up in her life, but she makes complaints, but he's always left free.
This bitch is a liar.
She's on meth, sir.
Oh, she's on meth. Yeah.
when they did some
You know
background
who
check
that
or
girl on the
something.
bottom looks like, Tom?
I don't even know.
Well,
And
the
I just-
PPO is a civil case.
No.
Joey Lawrence Adams.
Who?
Remember the movie Mallrats?
Mm-hmm.
Alyssa Jones. The one you see her titties in the changing room?
Yes. Yeah.
That's
No.
who she looks like.
Okay.
Yeah.
You only remember because she showed titties.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Oh.
It shouldn't certainly show on a
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
criminal
know.
background check. Now, sometimes if they run what's called the Law Enforcement Information Network report in the county, at least that the PPOs filed those, the PPOs make their way into lien because then it informs law enforcement officers if they're called to a scene, if there's a protected individual involved. But again, that's a temporary thing. And boy, to use that as a basis for employment would be pretty questionable, I would say, and on a legal
Well,
standpoint.
and maybe it was, I don't know. These are just
Yeah, it
like,
could be something else as well, I suppose.
right. I'm not sure exactly. But no, I'm just regardless. I've wanted the PPO off regardless because everything that she has stated in her thing stating that I've stalked her and all this stuff. Like, I have not had any conversations or threatening words to her. Did I tell her that she was going to be watched by a private investigator from here on out? I absolutely did. I said something along the lines of my brother couldn't hire one, but I could because there's something going on. And obviously, like I said, there is, if you look at Judge Pittman's whatever, I mean, I've got everything from my brother's hearing. The last, like I said, they have another one coming up, but it was the judge. I have his orders from that judge. She had it all turned into CPS. I have the amendment from CPS
I can't
letters
stalk you.
telling them that the case was amended.
I can't stalk you, but I can legally hire somebody to do it for me.
So the suspect, Alyssa Nikki, may be using the court to try and levy better position for herself in her divorce/custody situation, but she's keeping her mouth shut and letting her opponent bury herself for the time being. It's a smart move. Okay. I know she was a suspect, but okay. Oh, I suspect. I thought she said. Listen. That's your lips, white woman. You know I don't read.
Because they could not substantiate the stuff. Like, I have everything against everything that she's tried to do in Muskegon County has been turned down, except for the PPO she went and got in Kent County against my brother and I. And she's actually the one that has domestic violence on her record, not me, not my brother.
There's a separate PPO against
my brother as well.
brother.
Yes.
Okay.
We went and got them on us after I was appointed the supervisor. So then I still had to see her every other weekend with multiple times to get this child.
Yeah, that would certainly complicate things. I will note, I did look at the PPO here. She did not request, and I did not grant one that prohibits you from owning or possessing a firearm. Now, I believe the Michigan CPL statute says that anyone who is a respondent in a PPO, and this is a domestic PPO because she did live with you for a while, cannot obtain a CPL, and that's probably what's causing the blockage on your ability to get a CPL. So, all right. Well, I've heard your side of the story. Let me hear from Ms. Rodman. And then if there are things you need to respond to, I'll hear from you again, then I can make my ruling. So, Ms. Rodman, if you would unmute, I'll swear you in and I'll hear what you have to say. If you'd please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Rodman, do you think I should remove the PPO at this time?
No.
Or are those allegations that are the basis of it still facts that warrant your protection?
Yes, they do warrant my protection. I just want to say, like, first off, she's saying that the only concern is just because there was court issues going on. I will say that I think the intent came from her brother, who was my abuser, being upset with me due to
Oh my God!
my
They both
son
got
making claims
abusers.
that he was being abused by his father. And then a CPS investigation started. And then he didn't have access to his son. He was upset with me. And when he gets upset with me, there's times where whenever he wants a situation to be saved, or if he does some sort of like criminal, behavior towards me, he knows that I trusted Tiffany. And so that's the person he would send to kind of like mitigate the situation. That is why I feel concerned for my safety. I didn't have any idea that she would stalk my house until I found out from somebody else. She left a note on my door. I had trust issues with her already because of her helping my previous abuser get away with criminal charges against me previously. And she left a note at my door, and it doesn't just say, "Oh, this is out of love." It says, "I promise no shady intentions." You can read the note. Like, why would somebody write like, "Oh, I have no shady intentions"? Like,
That's not what was said at all.
because she knows that that's what I'm going to assume. She knows that's what I'm going to assume. So read it.
Evidence, Nikki. Evidence. You're right. I promise I came out of love and concern, no other intentions. Keep up
No
with the
other
words,
intent.
though.
That's my point. Why would you think I would have?
Nikki, listen, I'm not here to argue
All
with
right,
you.
I can't have you both talking because I won't pick you both up on my recording. So I will give you a chance to respond, Ms. Phelan. I'm going to go back to you. But nonetheless, let me hear out Ms. Rodman at this time.
You're right. My point is that she was aware that I was concerned for other intentions, and that's why she felt the need to include it in the note. Okay, there was multiple witnesses at June 4th. If she wants to find the camera evidence to provide to back up herself story that she says, then that's totally fine. I would be happy to wait for that evidence to come through and show that she's wrong. I have multiple witnesses. I have multiple witnesses at the June 4th occurrence, and the CPS charges were substantiated. The amendment that my son's father recorded basically just means they can't press charges against him. They don't have enough evidence to press charges against him. This cannot be redetermined. I already spoke with somebody from CPS. These things do not go away.
Okay. All right. Let me hear the response.
I have more also. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Continue then, Ms. Rodman, since this is your opportunity.
So I'm saying that I think the intention for my concern for criminal behavior from either one of them, I'm not saying Tiffany is a vicious or vile person. I am saying that she will act on the behalf of her brother. I'm concerned because if there is any further issues regarding custody or whatever else, or any other issues between me and Anthony, I'm concerned for my safety from both of them.
In that case, as far as you're concerned, it's still ongoing. It's just in Muskegon
LA, I
County.
timed you out, punk.
Yes.
That would be the child protective case, or what kind of cases?
The child protective case was actually in Kent County, but there is a separate CPS investigation going on in Muskegon, but that is not related to my child. That's related to my child's sister with another woman. So,
and that's also false. That has also
okay.
been
Well, I don't even want to
as
venture
false.
into that one now. Which one has a hearing that's upcoming, Ms. Rodman?
I have a hearing, I believe next week, just for, we're switching the schools because my son's school is kicking him out, because we're not in district anymore. And then he filed the next parte to try to take custody from me.
Okay, so there is a custody issue that's ongoing and it's in Muskegon.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Is that anything else I need to know?
At this time, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Phelan, with your response. You do.
At this time, I would like to say they both crazy as cat shit, and they both stupid.
But, sir, I'm siding with the cute one though.
Nigga stupid.
Remain under oath.
Okay.
I am under oath, and that's what irritates me so much because this girl is lying straight through her teeth, Your Honor. And all I'm going to ask of you is if I can give you every single paperwork that I have everything from Muskegon County. My brother had to do the ex parte because the judge told them that at the last hearing that she filed another ex parte, and he was very upset with her. Spoke to her only for 45 minutes about I can't even understand. That's why I'm asking you. Can I turn in every evidence that I have? Because no, she took the child out of his school after the judge told them both that they had to be. No, she didn't yet. He's got to leave his school on November 26th because she moved even further away, which is the thing. I don't see her. I've never seen her. My brother has never sent me to do anything. I have been abused by men all my life. From the time I was a little girl, Your Honor, I would surely never help anybody. I would help a stranger on the street if they were with somebody that was abusing them.
Yeah,
And
I
that
don't
is
think
why
the
I'm
concern
concerned.
is the abuse. I think it's
But
more
listen,
about
I
your
want proof.
nephew and the custody case and you and your brother.
But listen, I wasn't even speaking to my brother. I haven't seen this girl. I don't do anything for my brother besides help with these kids. That is it. And what is the proof? The letter I left? The letter that was nice? And I made sure to talk to the policeman that night. I said, sir, did I do something wrong? I have not ever been back to her house since that day, except for the days that I had to go sit into the parking lot of her trailer park.
She lived in the trailer park.
The supervised visits. I've never spoken to her. I've done nothing but be nice to her. When we left court that one day, I did say, why are you doing this to these kids, Nikki? You're lying. You are lying. There was no threats. I didn't follow her out of the courtroom. The guy from the courtroom came out. So let's turn in all the real evidence. I would be happy. I've got everything. Everything she's telling you about CPS, there's no cases open. Her and this other baby mom got together, started these rumors, and the other baby mom has court cases too. She has tied my brother and I up all summer. And all I'm trying to do is work. And I don't know what they're trying to get these kids because they're in school now. I don't know. That's not my concern. I didn't even want to be a supervisor. I tried to not be a supervisor. I didn't want any part of this.
Well, and now you're out of that role, it sounds like.
Right, but I'm out of that role, but I still have to deal with this. I just want the PPO done. I don't want to talk to her, see her. I don't want nothing to do with her. And I'm not going to have to after Tuesday next week because I already know Judge Pittman's not going to be very happy when he sees her rolling back in his courtroom again.
Well,
and if I can turn in all of this, if I can turn in all of this paperwork, you will see the timeline of events.
Well, here's the thing is what's in front of me is PPO initially. You have been in front of, it looks like the referees twice. And there has been some supplemental information turned into the referees by both sides along the way. And the referees have both kept the order in place. And Judge
Sir, I'm sorry. I have not been in front of a referee twice at all.
Well, the case has been reviewed, it looks like, twice by the referee on objections.
No, this is wrong. Listen, what I'm telling you, sir, is I did. I went in front of referee Comar's, whatever. I went all the way back down to Kent County again because I hadn't heard anything and I didn't know what to do. I hadn't got my letter in the mail. Or no, I got this letter in the mail telling me that stuff had to be turned in on a Friday. I got the letter on a Monday. Okay. So I went down there and they gave me this name and number, and this lady has never even called me back.
Well,
so what I'm saying is,
yeah, there shouldn't be any contact right now, obviously.
Can I ask a question? I know. Can I ask you a question, Your Honor? Can you tell me?
I'm in the process of ruling now, so I really am past the point for questions. But what I got a very clear sense that there is still some bad blood here in the relationship. Now, your intention in giving her that note might have been good, but her read of the note and, given the status, and the tension you're describing today, I certainly could see from her perspective how she could read that as I'm, planning something, to do with the nephew, not anything to do with her, to expose her to abuse or anything else, but to kind of back up your brother in the custody dispute, which is clearly still a live issue that's ongoing here, as it always is with the custody of kids. And I just frankly think it is best for the two of you to maintain no contact with each other. So I'm going to leave that in place. Now, all that being said, I don't see any basis to renew that right now as we sit here after December 18th. If this stays quiet, it'll just expire as of its own terms by December 18th. That's frankly before I could give you a hearing on any supplemental evidence and submissions and set a hearing date and all that stuff. We'd be after December 18th, and I wouldn't be able to terminate the order before it expires anyway. So what I would prefer to do in this case is just leave this in place. It'll be in place for one more month. Yeah,
Judge,
granted, that is
Judge, we lost her. I'm not sure if she exited
signed off or not.
intentionally.
Okay. Well, I'll just put the rest of the ruling on the record. But anyway, the appeal is denied. Protective order remains in place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna renew it. I'm going to.
Who are you talking to, bitch?
She's talking to her boyfriend.
I think I can get off now. Am I good?
Yep, and you're free to go. Thank you, Ms.
Oh.
Rodman.
All right, bye, bitch.
And they're gonna try and renew it, and they're probably gonna get turned down.
Yeah. All right, so
But yeah, the other bitch is definitely a maniac.
absolutely. L.A. Wilkes with a $10 super chat says, "Sir, you can time me out, but you cannot stop the truth." So his truth that he's going in here is that he has nipple rings, and he has kids that wears helmets or some shit. He said, I don't know. He's going on strike. He'll keep coming back. Old freaky ass nipple ring dude. Okay, that's what you are. Okay, I see.
Oh,
That's
he getting
amazing.
tickled. He getting tickled in his booty by a catfisher, sir?
Yeah, something like that. But you know what? I'm gonna give you what you want.
They say I only rap about getting dollars. Well, I don't see the.
He don't see the problem. I don't either. If you want to get your booty hole tickled by a goddamn catfish, oh, he wanted that one. Oh, okay, he wanted the blanket. Oh, okay. Oh.
You know what? You know what? Sound you're helping me right now. Boom boom. Ah, yes. Whether it's easy or not.
Yeah, that's what you wanted, sir. My bad. I gave you the. Woman, take that picture down. Oh my God. Ooh, that wasn't, you know, that ain't me. That's that white woman. She got controls over here. She's dangerous. She's dangerous over here. All right, this one I think is a little long one. We're gonna go back to the Negroes. We said we gotta go white, black, I think. That's what we got. I think this one says neighbors uncovered his dirty little secret. Now he wants the judge to make them pay. That sounds like some vindictive nigga shit.
The thing about it is, these women are scorned. I'm not scared, but they start calling me out of my name. I had
like
a few words back. Mason pulls out a gun.
Uh-oh.
And shoots at me 9 times at least.
The police came out?
Oh, there was like 15 cops.
Here's exactly what happened that night. Me and my sister were sitting down at her house drinking cold beer. And I asked my sister, I said, what in the dickens is wrong with that fellow over there? I just told him, just come on out in the street and get you some of it. And I invited him to the street because if he's going to whip my butt, he's going to have to get in the street to get it done.
This is some ghetto shit here, boy.
That damage to my truck and loss of wages due to an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Is that correct, Mr.
That's correct, sir.
Johnson? Okay. And so I see that you filed an answer. You put an answer in your to this lawsuit saying, I think I saw it previously, it said, I'm pleading not guilty due to self-defense. Is that right?
That is correct.
I mean, I want you to testify and tell me what happened on that day first, Mr. Johnson, and then I'll have Mr. Fry tell me his side of the story as to what happened that day, why he feels he is not liable for any civil damages. Now, this is not a criminal case. This is a civil case where Mr. Johnson is suing for money against you, Mr. Fry, on this case. It's not a criminal case, but a civil case, okay?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Come get
Yes,
you
sir.
some.
Was there any restitution ordered in the criminal case before we start? Was there any restitution ordered?
No, sir.
Take me back to, I guess, either the date of the incident or if things started before that date as to why you feel you have recourse against Mr. Fry for these damages that you incurred.
Yes, sir. Me and my roommate, her name is Beverly Mott. We moved to the location where this incident happened. I can't really remember the address where I was living. 5327, I believe.
Okay.
I was living, and we had been there about 4 months. And I guess they got word of my criminal past of having the offense that I had. And I start receiving harassment from my landlord's sister that lived right behind me. Apparently, I'm assuming that Mason Lee, and matter of fact, I had even met his sister who lived right directly across from me. And we had a great conversation about the horse. They have a big black horse. And me and her and Beverly, my roommate, we had a decent conversation. But apparently they got word of my past. And on the day of the 24th of August, I was sitting in my truck, and my truck is located about 50 yards back from my front gate. And my front gate, I always keep locked. And I'm sitting in my truck of that evening of the 24th, and I'm listening to music. I had a couple of beers. I was on my property, minding my own business. And I heard
came to mind. It's Georgia. I'm telling you that right now. I'm calling.
You know, an outburst of 3 people cussing and saying, you know, calling me out of my name, talking about I'm this, I'm that. So I get out of my truck and I walk to my gate.
Sir, it's Texas.
And I noticed that Mason, his sister Vicky, and her son, I don't know.
How you know it's Texas?
I just found his records.
Oh, okay.
He lives in Austin currently.
Oh, okay.
Know his name, but they start calling me out of my name. I had a few words back. Mason pulls out a gun and shoots at me 9 times at least. And I have 10 screws in my left ankle. I ran backwards towards my RV. Now, remind you, Beverly and our 4 dogs are in our trailer. He shoots 9 times. I don't know what caliber. I found one bullet that I have saved that I found on the ground, but he damaged, he shot. Thank God he didn't hit me, but he shot at me 9 times, trying to kill me. I don't know if the gate was a deterrent. I thank God that he didn't hit me, but he hit my truck. Thank God he didn't hit my RV because Beverly was in there. She's 77 years old. At the time, she was 76. So I'm grateful that he did not hit me, but he is that was a cowardly act because I was on my property. They came in the middle of the street towards my gate, trying to, you know, entice me to come over my fence. Now, what did they want? They wanted to fight one person with 3 people, but he pulls out a gun. I had no intentions of doing anything, but just saying, hey, man, please stop harassing me. But he pulls out a gun and shoots at me 9 times. He hit my truck. I have 4 radiators on my diesel truck. He put a hole through my license plate. He shot my front radiator, which that bullet went through all 4 of them. Now, mind you, I cannot drive my truck. That's my work truck. I had plans, I had a contract with the client to do some landscaping, and my truck was out of service for 15, 20 days. I can't remember. And I could not work. So I lost all that money. But on top of that, I'm traumatized. So I go to my doctor. I couldn't sleep at night thinking that this Mason was gonna, kill me again. So we eventually got evicted. We had a good relationship with our landlord. Now, mind you, my landlord, they did not like their own sister who lived right behind me. So, that was an ordeal. My neighbors to the left of me, if you're looking at my trailer, they harassing me. They have a daughter. He even said that guy next door said, "Oh, you're yelling at my daughter, talking about you want to do this and that." That all they were doing was harassing me because they have no defense, Your Honor. That man pulled out a gun.
They said they heard about your past. What is your past? You've been to prison?
I 20 years ago, I have two baby mamas. I have two children with the first one, two children with my ex-wife. Okay. Now, 20 years ago, I was highly loved. And, the mother of my oldest two children, she's always tried to interfere with my relationships. Just doing, when we were together, having sex out of our relationship. I mean, it was just a mess 20 years ago. I finally had met, I got divorced from my wife, who's the second lady with my youngest two children. I was married to her. She divorced me. I let her have the divorce. I gave her the house. I gave her everything. And then I finally got in a relationship with another lady that was the best woman in my life that I had ever met. And then Joanne, the mother of my oldest two children, tried to interfere with that. I was stupid. I made a mistake. I touched my daughter inappropriately just so my daughter would go back and tell her mom, and that I thought at that time that she would leave me alone. I touched my daughter inappropriately. Just so my daughter would go back and tell her mom, and that I thought at that time that she would leave me alone.
Oh my God.
That was a terrible mistake. That was wrong. I took responsibility for that. Now, Mason and them, they want to call me, oh, you like to, they're just using that, my past, and bring it to my future. And that's not who I am.
So you went to jail, you went to prison for a while?
Well,
go ahead. Say what you say.
I said, well, you touched your child inappropriately. Would expect that to be used against you.
Absolutely. I don't know what the fuck he thought was going on there. That was a dumb thing to say.
I got 10 years probation. The mother of those two children my daughter who I violated, 5 years into my probation, I was doing great. They called me. Oh, Boyce, we miss you. We're very sorry for everything. Can we come see you? And for some stupid reason, under my probation, I was not to have any contact. I told her, yes, you could come see me. Okay, we were having, great relationship.
Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop fucking lying.
But come to find out, that was just a setup. She was gonna, call. So I called my probation officer and I told her, matter of fact, she was at this building. I told her that I had contact with them, and she said, well, that's a violation of your probation. I said, yes, ma'am. So I got arrested, and I was sentenced to 8 years in prison. I did 3.5, came home, and I'm living my life. I'm doing great. I've always done great. The thing about it is, these women are scorned. Okay, that mistake I made with my daughter, everybody said, oh, we got you now, boys. you know, you hurt all these people in the past. I'm a wonderful person. I know that.
No, you're not, sir. You touched your child
My dad
inappropriately.
and mom instilled that in me.
All right. So there was rumors about your past, and how did the Fries?
I
hear
think I
about
was
that?
I was on the registry.
So you're on
Yeah, no longer. I'm no longer on the register. I'm now a solicitor. I
Yeah.
just have a conviction now. I'm not on parole. I'm not on probation. I'm not on the registry.
People
Okay.
in court's ass.
All right. So
For that
and-
one.
Oh yeah, I
so
like
you-
I like
How far? You said 50 yards away. Where
Yes, my
the
truck was on my truck was on my property, and it's 50 yards back from my front gate. So when I heard all this cussing, I walked to my front gate to say, "Hey, what's the problem? What's going on?" They were, "You mother this, you like to have sex with." They're using very foul language. Excuse me, Honor, for
No.
saying that word. And then he pulled out a gun and shoots at me 9 times.
Okay. So do you think he was trying to shoot you or just scare you?
I think he was trying to kill me. Thank God the sun was going down. Somehow, I don't know how he missed me, but I thank God he did, but he hit my truck. The officer said, "Man, he shot your truck. We see bullet holes in it." I've got pictures. Did you see the pictures?
I believe so. I saw pictures of your ankle.
I'm sorry?
I saw pictures of your ankle that you submitted.
Yeah, and I injured my ankle. I can't run. I have no rotation in my left ankle. And that's another thing. I mean, if they want to fight me, I can't fight. I can fight, but I can't dance because of my ankle. And I'm not scared. I'm not scared. All I was doing was minding my own business. They're the ones who did the coward. That was cowardly.
Coward.
Straight up cowardly to pull out a gun to try to kill me.
Well, because you're not a small target. I mean, it seems like if either a bad shot or he was just trying to scare you.
Well,
Oh no,
either
that's
way,
not the
that
point.
doesn't
The
matter.
point is he had a gun.
That's a
Yeah.
fact.
That's a deadly weapon. And he
And he
shot
used
at me 9 times. That's the point.
Okay. And so did you talk with the district attorney's office?
I mean, he does have a point. Whether he touched his kids or not wasn't the issue. The point of the thing is, the motherfucker took out a gun and shot 9 times. Well,
and it's but it's there's something with this if it wasn't charged criminally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's
I agree.
something there's something he ain't telling or
Yeah, someone's lying. I want to know who. Goddamn it! Only one
like
heard
maybe he started it.
Yeah.
In actuality, I don't know.
Him about to cry.
Yeah.
This or the
Oh yeah,
county
he
attorney's
got
office?
prosecuted somehow. It went from a 2nd-degree felony to a Class A misdemeanor. He's got a conviction. I've got the conviction right here.
Right. I know you submitted that for assault, and you got 2 days in jail for
Yeah, he got lucky. He got a real good deal. I don't know how they worked that deal. I wouldn't have agreed with it. I would have dropped it to a 3rd-degree felony, and he would never own a gun again. He would never own a gun again, in my opinion.
All right. So anyway, okay. So tell me, he damaged the gunshots. Damaged your.
Yeah,
truck.
they're bullet holes. Yeah. Did you see the pictures?
You submitted
Let
some
me show you a
photographs.
picture. I've got a picture right here, Your Honor.
Okay, I see that. Yes.
Here's all my radiators.
Okay.
All that right there cost me $5,000 with repair, and I've got the receipts that I submitted.
The receipts. I thought it said 4,200.
About 4. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, about four. Anywhere between 4 and 5,000. I can't. I've got the yeah.
Okay.
About 42, 43.
All right, and then
the damage to my ankle.
Okay.
I had to go back to my doctor. I had to go back to rehab. Then I was seeing my
these guys are assholes, man.
Put me on medicine, sleep medicine, so I can sleep. I wasn't able to sleep for a long time. I'm still I'm still traumatized by this because,
I got shot at.
I live in the area. I just don't live in that area anymore. And when I go to a store, if I see these guys, I don't know what they're going to do to me when they see me.
That's the fact.
But it was 3 of them, and then he pulls out. I'm on my property. My gate's still locked on.
What up, no
And
chaser?
he's in the middle of the street. They're attacking me verbally, and I'm like, man, well, screw you, And then he pulls out a gun.
Mm-hmm.
I heard you. Okay. So you had damages to your truck.
Yes, sir.
You
And then
had
I have a
damages to
contract.
your ankle, and you had some some mental health issues as a result of
Yes,
this
sir.
trauma. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I mean, how do you put that into numbers? Well, how do you quantify that?
Well, if you look at the whole package, Your Honor, the time to go to all my appointments, gas, all the time that I was out of work, paying for medications, missing a lot more work that I could have done. I'm a worker. I have my own little business. I'm very proud of it. Very proud of it because I'm good at what I do. Very good.
What do you do?
In the landscaping business, I call it lawn maintenance, but I do other things that customer needs done. Trim trees, trim hedges. I plant trees. I plant flowers. Anything that a customer, a pressure wash. I can do pretty much anything in my business that I have been operating for a long time.
So initially, when you, I guess, filled out an application for a lawsuit at Precinct 5, I
don't know
see
where
that-
you're getting. I don't know where you're getting Precinct 5 because I came here. I don't know where you're getting Precinct 5 at.
Oh, well, because there was, when you submitted your application, your petition, right? In that is attached another lawsuit that was, I guess the paperwork was from Precinct 5 downtown.
Where's Precinct 5 at? I was just trying to file my lawsuit against Mason Lee Fry, and then I think they directed me over here, and I came over here and filed it.
But in there, you're asking for $6,906.25 damage to truck and loss of wages due to assault with a deadly weapon.
Well, I had to remodify the price. I think I came back and remodified the price to $20,000. Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's due to.
I mean, if you look at the whole package, I mean, it's
Sure,
probably
but-
worth a lot more than that.
And you also submitted some receipts from a trucking company.
That's probably that's where I had my repairs.
The total on that is, what was the total on those repairs?
Let me add it up real quick, Your Honor.
It looks like $2,700 on this
Wait,
receipt.
no, it's the first one is $1,500. Here's one for 15, Your Honor.
Okay, 1,500.
And then the other one was 2,700.
Okay. So that's $4,200.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And these are repairs that you got done as a result of the damage that was done from these bullets on your truck.
Yes, sir. And I have all the pictures of the damage.
So the police came out?
Oh, there was like 15 cops came out.
What happened when the police came out?
They talked to me. When they arrested him with the gun, I think they put his sister in handcuffs. I didn't see his nephew get in handcuffs, but I know his sister, and then Mason was arrested. I filled out, like I said, I had a couple of beers, and I filled out my statement as best as I could, because at that time, all this stuff happening, I was very, very scared, very traumatized, in disbelief that he would pull out a gun and tried to kill me. Shot at me 9 times, Your Honor.
9 times, Your Honor.
I've heard you say that several times already. Okay, I know that's impactful. I've heard you say that. And when were you able to get a copy of the police report besides the first page?
Well, I have what I have. Did you get this?
I did.
Right here.
I see that. That's the first page.
Yes, sir. That's all I have.
Is that all they gave
I
you?
have everything that I possibly could get.
That they wouldn't give you any more of the police report? Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I'm going to listen to Mr. Fry's or Miss. Is it? I thought Lee was middle name, but is Lee your last name? Okay. So, Mr. Fry, I know you've listened patiently to Mr. Johnson. I'm going to have you tell me your side of the story. And I am kind of curious, Mr. Johnson, about why, when you spoke with the prosecutors, they didn't make restitution a part of this deal, unless you weren't, you were not informed, or you did not communicate with the DA or the county attorney about trying to resolve this case. I think you muted him. Hold on,
Your Honor?
hold on, Mr. Fry.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. So,
Okay. Yes. I had stayed in contact with the prosecutor, and she said she would notify me of anything that happens, and I stayed in contact. And it went from a second-degree felony, and he was very fortunate to get it to a Class A misdemeanor. I wish I had control of this situation, because I would have, if anything, dropped it to a third-degree felony where he could never own a gun again.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'm going to have you put it on mute now. I'm going to have Mr. Fry tell me his side of the story. Okay. And I want you to listen to what he has to say. Mr. Fry, like I said, I knew you listened patiently to his side of the story. Tell me what from your perspective, what happened and why, and should you be held responsible for the damages of that he incurred due to this incident?
Okay, sure. Here's exactly what happened that night. I'm going to tell you step by step everything that happened. Me and my sister were sitting down at her house drinking cold beer, which is nothing against that.
Yeah.
And Mr. Johnson,
with the firearm.
Every night he likes shining the spotlight in everybody's windows and down their driveways. And I asked my sister, I said, what in the dickens is wrong with that fellow over there? She said, I don't know. He does it every night. Well, my nephew and one of his buddies had been off somewhere, and he gets out of his buddy's car, and starts down the driveway. Well, Mr. Johnson decides that he's going to start cussing my nephew. And he tells my nephew that he will whip his ass, exact words, excuse my French, and he would do whatever he wanted to with his mother, and he would whip his uncle if he did not like it. Mm-hmm. So I said, okay. I told my sister, okay, I'm going to walk up here and see what this fellow's problem is. At the time, I didn't know his name. Didn't care about his name. All I needed to know is what his problem was and why he had his spotlight out every night, shining in people's houses and driveways and cussing people that weren't doing anything to him. So I walk up to the gate. Yes, I had my gun in my pocket. And I invited him to the street, because if he's going to whip my butt, he's going to have to get in the street to get it done. And that's exactly what I told him. He told me, come in my yard. I said, no, you come in the street.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Huh?
Catch me outside. How about that?
Catch you outside?
That went back and forth probably 7 or 8 times. Then he shoots 2 shots towards me to begin with. I have numbers of witnesses right here that you can call and talk to. about what happened. Now, after he shot the 2 shots at me, I returned fire. And that's what happened that evening. And he said his truck was out of commission for 12 to 14 days. While I was in jail, my sister said the next day they took his truck to go get it fixed. The following day, he had his truck back in home and he was going to work. So I'm not going to go into detail about how this affected my work, it affected my living, it affected all of that. Because what he is trying to do, he's trying to play on sympathy strings. And I'm not sympathetic with him.
Okay.
After he done that, after that, he came by my house, shining the spotlight in my house. I called the sheriff's department. I told them what was going on. On Highway 71 one day, I was crossing the highway, fixing to go to Bastrop. I was still sitting on that would be the northbound side of Highway 71. He comes over the hill, he blows his horn, he pulls over to the side of the road, gets out of his truck, tries to get me to stop. The whole time he is holding his pistol in his hand. And I would be a fool to stop and let this rascal shoot me. I did not cuss him at the driveway or nothing else. I just told him, just come on out in the street and get you some of it. And that's before he shot at me. So that's why I'm claiming self-defense. You can check with Travis County Sheriff's Department, and you can call my lawyer, and you can talk to him. I called him every time that something went wrong.
Who's your lawyer?
Every time Mr. Johnson, let me get his card out here. I mean, he's trying to make it look like I'm the criminal here. You can also call Mark Gillespie, and he was an investigator to come out and looked at everything. Or Mr. Johnson, he's trying to make it look like I'm the villain here, and it's nothing that he said that was actually true, other than I did return fire. Tell you what, hang on just a second. I got his number on my phone because I've got you on my girlfriend.
I have here that it's Richard Gentry, right? That was your
Yes,
attorney?
sir.
Okay. No, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so I'm going to request a copy of the full report from the sheriff's office and whatever their investigation resulted in. But I mean, if you return fire and you cause damages to his truck, don't you feel you should be responsible for them?
Well, no, sir, I don't, because if he had come out and done what he said he was going to do to begin with, there would have never been a gun pulled because he pulled his first.
So, I mean, were you wanting to have a friendly conversation with him, or were y'all yelling at him from the gate?
Yelling at him from the gate.
The initial point was a conversation. Then whenever he started cussing my sister, her and her son, Wyatt James King, went to cussing him. Called him a child molester, a tomo, and all of that stuff. And I told him to shut up. And the whole time, Mr. Johnson is hollering back across the fence about other stuff.
Okay. And so how come if y'all were having this problem of him shining a spotlight, y'all wanted to talk with him about it first before calling the sheriff's office and getting law enforcement
Well, I tried to get everything cleared up without any kind of violence whatsoever to start with. But then when the man shot at me, I returned fire. I lost my gun in the situation, but I mean, he threatened me on Highway 71 also. And I didn't. I called the sheriff's department about that. I called Mr. Gentry about that. And
I'm wondering if he it has a former felony, Mr. Johnson. Why would, I mean, I don't know why they didn't arrest him for being a felon in possession of a weapon.
Well, I thought it was kind of suspicious myself, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
Because he's not supposed to have a weapon, and they never even tested him for gun residue on his hands. So it made it look like I was the only villain in the whole situation.
Well, I'm going to have to request the paperwork from the sheriff's office to see what investigation they did or didn't do. And I mean, it's kind of hard to rehash this without witnesses online, right? It's not a case we're hearing right now in person. And it's harder for me because I can't even see you right now because you're on your phone. I can't visually see what how you're expressing yourself. Not that I'm a human lie detector. I can't. It's harder for me to make a determination on who's telling the truth on a computer, right? So I need to follow up with a report from the sheriff's office, because I think this does rest on whether or not you were defending yourself or not, and what witnesses you have to support that statement.
Well, Your Honor, I'll tell you what. I can give you 2 phone numbers.
Are they neighbors of yours? Are they relatives of yours?
They're not related to me, but they are neighbors. They're a closer neighbor to him than they were to me.
Okay.
They live between where I live and where he used to live.
Well, I mean, because that wasn't where you live and where he used to live. That's like a block away. That's not next door, right?
Let me see. There's 1, 2, 3 houses between me and where the boy lives, and I just gave you the number 2, and then there's two houses from where he used to live.
Well, I'm.
So they were closer to his house than my house, sir.
You frozen. Well, he's glistening.
What time of day was this? What time of day did this occur?
It happened at about 9:15, 9:30 at night. It was already dark. He said the sun was going down, which I guess you could. At 9 o'clock, 9:30 at night, it's already been dark for about probably
August,
30 to 45 minutes an hour.
It gets dark later in August. I understand that, but and those other gentlemen, Herb and Trace, would they be willing to appear on your behalf in court and testify?
Yes, they would, sir. Yes, they would.
Because Mr. Johnson, I'm going to give you the last word in a second. I'll have you unmuted and have you have a chance to last word. But I don't feel comfortable proceeding on this case without, number one, having the sheriff's report, and number two, any other eyewitness testimony on this, because y'all both have a vested interest in this. And I'm trying to figure out how this ag assault with a deadly weapon resulted in just a Class A assault, and also how, if Mr. Johnson had a weapon, why he wasn't arrested for felon in possession of a handgun or a weapon that he shouldn't have, and gone to charged with that offense. So there's too many holes for me to decide this case, and that's kind of the drawback of having a hearing virtually. And so I'm going to reset this case to December. I'm going to reset this case to December 4th.
Yes, sir. Were you going to give me the last word?
Yes, I am. I'm still going to reset this case.
Okay, but can I have my last word?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, like I told you, Your Honor, I'm on my property in my truck. They came to my property. Mason lives way on the corner. His sister lives right directly across from me. They came to me. I'm minding my own business. About Highway 71, I don't know what he's talking about. Me having a gun, I did not have a gun. All those are lies he's telling, Your Honor, and he's convicted. They caught him in possession of the gun with all the shell casings on the floor, on the ground. They got evidence of all that. They're the ones who told me, yeah, he hit your truck 9 times. Thank God he didn't hit me. I did not initiate this, Your Honor. I'm on my property in my truck, 50 yards away from my gate. They came to me. 3 of them, his sister, him, and his nephew. Yeah, we had a couple. I walked to my gate. We had a couple of words. He pulls out a gun and shoots at me 9 times.
He didn't hit
That's
you.
it. That's the story.
He's a horrible
He's
shot.
convicted of it. Why the prosecutor dropped it from a 2nd-degree felony to a Class A misdemeanor blew my mind. I was very disappointed. I have no control over that. He's convicted. He got lucky. He got a break. I don't know what the DA and them worked out, how they did that. I don't know. All I know is what he did to me and what he did to my property. It was totally unnecessary. They started it.
The tears.
They initiated it. Period.
I'm going to reset this case to December 4th. I'm going to get some more information on it. If you have any other witnesses that you want to bring with you on that date, please do so. But I'm going to reset this case to December 4th at 1 o'clock.
I was out there by myself.
Okay.
My roommate was in the trailer, but she knows. She heard the gunshot that he shot.
Okay. All right.
So she was in the trailer. She did not see this, but she heard it.
All right.
I'm out there by myself.
If there are any of your neighbors that will support your story,
They're not going to support me because they were all against me because of my past. My neighbors to my left, my neighbors to my right, the neighbors behind me, and his sister in front of me. They were all against me because of my criminal charge that I had. I'm no longer listed as a.
I mean, it sounds like he ain't lying, Mayo.
Which one?
Him.
I don't know. It seems to me that if he would have fired shots, the cops would have been real interested in that, considering his past.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I said. It seemed like he's telling the truth.
Yeah.
And we all know motherfuckers jump on motherfuckers that have molestation charges. So I mean,
and you getting lowered charges if you did something to a child. You know.
I don't know what I guess it's just this is.
I'd like to see if he mentioned this at the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Man. Like in the report. We mentioned, he shot at me. You know, kind of bullshit.
I don't even think because he's asking for money for his damages to his truck. That it doesn't matter if the dude was convicted of shooting at the motherfucker and it hit his truck. I mean, this is bullshit.
Yeah, because you're still responsible for every shot you fire.
Yeah, I don't know why the judge needs to reschedule it, but maybe he heard something that made him change his mind. I don't know. I don't get it. I just say rule it and call it a day.
Yeah, because it seemed like he had his mind made up, because he said, well, don't you think you're responsible for your bullets landed?
Yeah.
Until the guy brought up this new fact that he supposedly shot at him.
Yeah, come on now.
It
shit doesn't even make any goddamn sense. But I get it, I guess. I don't fucking know.
No, because if they had evidence of that, he would have been convicted.
Charged. Yeah. This is bullshit. This judge
you can shoot even in defense of a third party.
Yeah.
You're covered. I mean, and honestly, this guy right here probably didn't know he could have gone and asked for
restitution.
Probably didn't know that because most people don't know that.
Yeah.
That they can actually get part of that as,
Yeah.
And I guarantee, dude, this guy with his record walks into any courthouse and people just going to turn their fucking nose up at him because of his past.
Absolutely. He ain't lying about that part. That's why I know he's not lying about that. But the tears and shit has got to go. He needs.
Oh, dude. Dude. If one thing you'll find with ex-cons, most of them got a gift of gab.
Oh, yeah.
And they're very convinced.
Just like that woman in the last case crying. Then she start talking straight.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Okay.
I ruled against her strictly based on the looks of the other one.
Started it because of that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
So I'll send you both notice, Mr. Fry, Mr. Johnson, and
all right, since you ain't gonna rule, fuck you. Sorry, ass piece of shit. Should just fucking ruled and call it a goddamn day, pussy. All right. Oh man.
I'd like to see at his hearing if anybody came forward then and said, "Yeah, this guy fired 2 shots at him."
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what I want. But even then, if he was a felon, that they would have did something else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what makes no sense to me.
And they could have, because they could have searched this fucking
yard and
shit,
every damn thing. Yeah. I don't know, man. That shit's a wasted fucking time to me.
Welcome to Legal Live Wire. Today we find ourselves in Cuyahoga County, Ohio, Common Pleas Court General Division. Today's hearing centers on the case of Mr. Sanson, who is back before the court for a probation violation and revocation hearing related to crack cocaine use.
Uh-oh.
Presiding over
nice. White cracky.
is the Honorable John P. O'Donnell, who would determine the next steps in Mr. Sanson's case, addressing the alleged violations and considering the possible outcomes for his probation status. Stay tuned as the hearing unfolds. And thank you for watching Legal Live Wire.
Mission to the probation officer that you used cocaine several times since you were sentenced on August 6th, the last time being
baby.
August 29th. You understand that charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
August 29th.
Booger sugar case.
Coke was found in your vehicle. You understand that charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
August 29th, you left the probation department without submitting a valid urine screen. You understand that charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
August 29th, positive urine screen for cocaine. You understand that charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Mulkey.
Yes, Your Honor. After speaking with my client, he will waive his final hearing in this case, and we would like to proceed to disposition and then be heard on that when appropriate. Judge, thank you.
Is that what you want to do, Mr. Sanson?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's your plea to those allegations?
Guilty.
I'll accept your guilty plea and find you guilty. Well, that didn't last long.
Your Honor, I'm not going to make no excuses. I've learned that. I was a kid. I was playing with fire and I got burned, and I found out that it hurt. I found out that it hurt a lot. I messed, excuse my language, but I fucked up, and I apologize.
Okay. I'm going to terminate your intervention.
I understand.
So why? Apparently, I completely misread you when I gave you intervention, because you've got some previous drug cases, and I guess I assumed that you wanted to get your shit together and stop using drugs, but you walk out the door after being in jail for 80 days on August 6th and immediately begin using cocaine. Why is that?
I mean, after it didn't take me until starting to go to the NA meetings in here to realize that I thought I was able to still hang out with the same people.
Why would you think that?
I honestly, Your Honor, I don't know. It's hard to cut ties, and I realize now that the girlfriend that I thought was my girlfriend is not my girlfriend.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I just can't affiliate with people like that and expect myself to do the right thing. I can't. I fail.
What
Why didn't you realize that when you sat in jail for 80 days the first time?
Jail ain't
I'm a
shit.
slow learner. I play with fire. I burn myself and I realize how hot it is. And
All
this
these,
time
all these chef analogies, right? So you've been a chef for how long?
13 years.
Okay. And where are some of the better places you've worked at?
The standard on 185th.
Him and JP must have got the same culinary arts degree. Motherfuckers, boy, motherfuckers. God damn.
Well, which is actually the previous owner. What is my sponsor? His name's Chris Hammer.
Oh, they both druggies.
He's a good guy. He actually, when I was struggling, I would call him and he was helping me. But there was a few times that I hiccuped, and I don't have no. I again, excuse my language, but I fucked up, Your Honor. And now it's this.
I mean,
time.
I'm aware of that. I mean, you've told me that twice, and I presume that you did since you're here, and I read what you
I
did.
know
so
most kitchen staff are
it's
druggies.
you don't have to emphasize that because I know you did. Okay, the question is why you did, and why you don't seem to give a shit about your freedom or lack thereof.
I'm a slow learner, and
Well, okay,
I do.
now you told me twice you're a slow learner. Okay. Now it seems to me, okay, I'm not a chef. Okay. I can cook pizza. I can cook burgers. I can even cook a decent steak once in a while. Okay. But I have watched Hell's Kitchen a lot. Okay. So I do know what goes from watching that, what goes into being a chef. Okay. And it's not doesn't seem to me to be at a decent restaurant. It doesn't seem to be an easy job, and you got to have your act together because there's a lot of things going on at once. Okay, you got to know what you're doing, so you cannot be a stupid person and work at a decent restaurant. Okay, so you're not if you've been a chef for 13 years at a good restaurant, you can't be stupid. So you're not stupid. Okay. So why are you doing stupid stuff?
After you just said that, it kind of clicked. I think I'm having trouble finding balance. And every time I stumble down, something gets to me emotionally, and then I start going down the wrong path. Usually with a woman, but it's what it seems like. I'm having trouble finding balance, finding the flavors that match. And these little meetings been helping me.
This is that gift of gab, sir, right here.
I'm on probation. I was going to AA meetings, and I couldn't find no useful information in those. But then coming back in here, going to the NA meetings, those have actually been like giving me insight to help me recover balance, recover my feet. And I'm just ashamed of myself. It took me this long to actually. I'm ashamed that I have to hear you say it for it to click in my head to know what I got to do.
Shut up, you liar. You goddamn liar.
That's all I got, Your Honor.
Sir, you're a hunky and a liar.
I'm ashamed of myself, honestly.
No, you're not.
Why did you run out of the probation department when you were supposed to stay there?
Because I was afraid to come back to jail.
Okay. Well, that didn't work out very well because you got caught within a pretty short period of time, huh?
Yeah. After I left the probation officer, it wasn't more so that. It was more so I was afraid of the losing my car, and I was worried about getting her home, and just and like small things that I shouldn't have been.
You still in contact with her?
No, not anymore. We
Are you still? Listen, are you still in contact with her?
In contact?
Yeah.
I mean, I have her phone number.
Okay.
But I'm done with her.
Are you still in contact with? I know you have her phone number. Okay, you told me that. I know you said you're done with her, but you haven't answered my question. Are you still in contact with her? Since you've been in jail, have you been in contact with her?
Yeah, since I've been in jail, but from the last 2 weeks, I have not been.
Okay, so quit hedging your bets here, okay? Because I asked you if you were in contact with her, and you
I said yes.
And you were. okay? But it took you 3 times to answer the question, okay?
I'm sorry.
I tell you what, you're not very good at.
What's that?
You're not very good at convincing me that what you're telling me isn't bullshit, okay? Because when I ask you that question, I knew the answer to the question before I asked it, okay? But you tried to avoid that, okay? So that tells me that maybe what you're...
That's what most criminals do, sir. You know this. Stop it. Why? I mean, I kind of like this Judge Mayo. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like him. He cusses. You know, I like anyone that cusses. So, and he's not going for the bullshit. Well, at least with this cokehead, meth head. Yeah.
telling me is what you think I want to hear as you sit here today. Okay, that's what that makes me think. Okay, you got a problem that you've had for a long time, and you've determined you don't want to do anything about it, or you want to minimally try to do something about it, but not really. Okay, and until you decide you're going to do something about it, you're going to keep showing up in Willoughby Municipal Court, Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court, Portage County Municipal Court, Willoughby Municipal Court, Euclid Municipal Court.
He's a
You're going
drug
to keep
addict.
doing that.
Leave him in jail.
Now, if you like doing that, then you're just going to keep on doing what you're doing and party on. But if you don't, then you better do something about it. Did you ever contact Signature Health?
No.
Yes.
And what did they tell you?
They wanted me to do the IOP program.
He's a drug addict. He keeps returning to fucking court because he don't know how to stop fucking doing drugs. And also he ran away from probation and got caught up again because he didn't want to piss and all the extra stupid shit that dumbass druggies do. So yeah, party on.
Program. They put me on counseling for mental health.
And how many sessions did you go to?
I didn't start it.
Why not?
The week that I got it all started is the week that I got booked into it.
Okay, you got out of jail on August 6th. When did you contact Signature Health?
Within the first week, I scheduled a meeting. I did the assessment. I made the assessment, and then I came back, and then I was in Cuyahoga County, and then
doing what?
The meeting with our probation officer out there, and he gave me his list of things to do. I forgot what the company is, but then I told him that I have to go with Signature Health with their assessment. He's like, that'll as long as I bring him the paperwork with that'll be suffice for him.
When's the last time you talked to him?
Me personally, or
yep.
I was supposed to see him September 12th. I talked to him the week before September 12th, so I don't know what the exact date.
You called him from over here?
No, I called. This is before I got arrested.
So haven't you been in jail since August 29th?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you talked to him September 5th.
My friend Katie, I told him I was in jail. My friend Katie told him that my next court date is today, and he told Katie to tell me that if I was released today, to go straight report to him so he can hash things out in Cleveland. I have to see the judge in Cleveland. He said he's not going to put a hold on me. He's going to leave it to me to do the right thing. And I'm so tired of
He's an optimistic sort, isn't he?
Yeah, he's I suppose so. I suppose so.
Sound retarded.
For leaving it in my hands, and
right.
We all know how much I play with fire.
You don't think you know what optimistic means? I don't think so either.
I'm so done getting burned.
Oh, shut the hell up, bitch! You burned yourself.
Well, you get burned when you keep sticking your hand in the fire. When you know what's going to happen when you stick your hand in the fire.
I'm sick of the goddamn food.
All right, I'm going to place you on community control for 3 years, and you're either going to take this opportunity to begin to solve your problem, or you're going to stare at the wall and keep on doing what you're doing. Okay, that's up to you. I have no control over which course you take. But I'm going to sentence you to 111 days in jail with credit for 56. That means you're going to do 45 more. The last 30 of which will be in the jail treatment program. You're going to complete that and follow those recommendations. Then you're going to go to either Lake House or Concord Pines. Comply with that, complete that program, and follow those recommendations. You're going to get a mental health evaluation and follow those recommendations. No drugs or alcohol with screens. 4 AA meetings a week, and if you want to go to NA meetings, go to NA meetings, get a sponsor. And it doesn't do any good to have a sponsor unless you use a sponsor. Full employment, you're to go to only one doctor and one dentist and one pharmacy for any medication. If you are prescribed medication, take it only as prescribed, sign releases for probation, and pay the cost and supervision fees. You understand everything?
Lock his ass up. You going to
Yes,
jail?
Your Honor, but
You going to jail?
as I was talking to my attorney, if I have to do all these hoops, and I just take my time and walk away? That's a lot to go through.
So everything you just told me,
I understand
for 20 minutes was complete bullshit.
No, it's not, Your Honor.
So you go
complete bullshit.
You go from intervention, which means you're not going to get a conviction, to wanting to go to prison because you don't want to go through the process of what you have to do in order to stop showing up here.
I mean, sounds like a plan to me. I'd rather go send me to prison. I don't want to continue doing all this extra shit. Just give me my days in jail. I'm with the crackhead, cokehead, meth head, cracker. Yeah. Lock me the fuck up so I ain't gotta come see you motherfuckers no more. Hey, I'm with him.
So here's what you do. I'm not changing that, okay? But you can go over to the jail. You can go in this jail treatment program, get yourself kicked out of it. Then you'll violate. Then you can come back, and then I'll send you to prison, okay? So if you want to go to prison, you're going to have to wait 15 days, get in there on day one, get yourself kicked out of it, and then we'll be back, and then I'll send you to prison, okay? And then after you do that, the good news is when you go to prison, you'll be able to get all the drugs you want in prison, okay? It's like there's more drugs there than there probably is when you walk down the street a couple of blocks, okay? So you'll be able to get all the drugs you want, do all the drugs you want. Then when you get out, you can continue right on.
Your Honor, it's not about the drugs though. It's just I don't want to put myself in the position where I'd have to do another 6 months and then continuously be on probation when I'm already almost at 6 months served. So,
right.
So I'd rather be able to just walk away as a free man, do my time and walk away as a free man.
Okay. Well, I just gave you the roadmap to how to do it.
Go to jail, nigga. He said, that judge an asshole. I like him. That was the first time that this judge has been over here on the porch. And you know, I kind of like him. I don't know what his name is, but it's Judge O'Donnell. And I guess in Cleveland. I like him. It makes sense. If you want to go to jail, do not do the treatment program, get kicked out. Well, then I'll come back here and I'll send you to prison. Okay, sounds right. He just want them damn drugs. That's all it was. There ain't nothing wrong with it. If you want to do drugs, just say I want to do drugs. Just say, sir, ma'am, your honor, I want to do these drugs, man. I want to do these drugs, man. That's all you got to say. That's all you have to say. All right. So what was this one? All right. We got 2 more after this. Let's bring this one up. I think this is it. Yeah. It's only 10 minutes. That's a good. Hey, 10 minutes, 11 minutes court case. I like those. Get them in, get them out. Get them in, get them out. Sir, ma'am, whoever he is. All right, let's get it started.
that Mr. Moore called the court was extremely volatile with court staff. And Ms. Moynihan, the language was that he was going to come up to the court.
Oh, I didn't like her. She part of with JFC. We ain't like her last time she showed up over here. I did say she wasn't gonna come back, but I didn't know she was judged. So we gonna let her ride today. She got lucky. She got picked for today. So we gonna let her ride in and ride out.
A massacre. That's the allegation of what he was screaming at court staff. So. Ms. Moynihan, is there anything you have to say as to bond?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Tina Moynihan on behalf of the people, P84-692. Judge, we were in court on Monday. I was there as a prosecutor covering the docket for Ms. Sov and Ms. Davidova, and Mr. Moore was supposed to appear for an arraignment. He did appear by Zoom momentarily and then disappeared. He would not speak with Mr. Gizicki. With my understanding, Mr. Gizicki attempted to have conversations to proceed with the arraignment, and then Mr. Moore decided to log off before the case was ever called. My understanding, he then contacted the courthouse and spoke to a clerk downstairs and made threats to the court that if he came up to the courthouse that something was going to happen to people in the courthouse. And then it was also my understanding of speaking with the complainant who appeared by Zoom that there was an incident from the night prior, which would have been Sunday night. In that incident, Judge, there has been a warrant requested. I am in the process of reviewing that this morning. The allegations there are that the defendant broke into the complainant's home again overnight, forced his way into the home. He then adjusted cameras throughout the home that the complainant had so that he could not be observed. He's seen wearing all black, a hoodie, as well as a mask covering a portion of his face. He then enters the complainant's bedroom. He pulls a gun from his pocket and then shows that to the complainant, claiming that her fingerprints were on that gun and putting her in fear of an altercation ensuing. Further from that, he's then seen leaving the location by the complainant and heading out in an unknown direction. My understanding is that he's been staying across the street at the home across the street from her residence. And I believe that that is also going to be considered a violation of his bond that's been issued, that he's had no contact with the complainant, that he's not returned that residence. And then there's allegations of new criminal activity. In addition, Judge, to his failure to stay in court until the case was called on Monday, I do believe that Mr. Moore is a danger to the complainant as well as to the public as a whole. He shows a wholesome inability to comply with the court's orders. I would be asking for a $250,000 cash surety bond, no 10% with a GPS tether and house arrest if he were to be released. And I would ask that there be a 2-mile radius from the complainant's residence so that he's not to return to that area.
Anything, Ms.
Okay, I have a question. If there was a person that broke into someone's home, and you don't have them on camera, well, specifically on camera doing it, how can you say it was them? That is speculation at its highest. And I don't know how they're allowing that in court because she don't know who that was. Besides, I guess the victim saying that it was him, even though they don't have his face on there. I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna let that ride, but we know good and goddamn well they are. But hey, it is what it is. Tomato, tomato. He probably did the shit. He looked crazy as cat shit. So, yeah, fuck him.
Mr. Fanto?
Well, I guess we have allegations that I don't know that the court should take into consideration relative bond as these cases stand. However, I would note that Mr. Moore does have some serious medical issues. At least if we could mark the files medical so that Wayne County knows. He is on SSI.
Okay. I don't think there's, the things I'm to take into consideration is whether or not he's a danger to the community. He has a lengthy criminal history. His behavior in this court has been absolutely.
Stop crying, pussy. You got a lengthy history, they said. Stop crying. You know what's gonna happen over there crying. I don't know what all that noise is, Kingdom Mind. That's something in the court. I was gonna say the same shit, but I don't know why this motherfucker crying over here. Just take your punishment, sir. Take your punishment. You know you've been doing wrong. Stop acting like it's something new. You've been had this fucked up attitude for a long time. No, I don't know. They know each other, but if he has a lengthy fucking record, I'm quite sure all these judges know his ass. And yeah.
Absolutely egregious. Since these cases have started, he has assaultive criminal convictions. He clearly does not have any issue ignoring court orders. He is certainly a danger to Miss Butcher as well as the community at large. He's certainly a flight risk. He was already in immediate warrant status on one of the domestic violence charges on August 5th when he failed to appear for court. We've had a separate case where he had an immediate bench warrant on two different dates, both June 13 and August 5th, for failing to appear at court. He's now got pending against one complaining witness, 2 domestic violence cases, 3 domestic violence cases, a B&E and a home invasion. There's an allegation that a firearm was used in one of those instances. There was a police report filed. Detectives had to come over to the court Monday after there were allegations that Mr. Moore.
You going to jail? You're going to jail.
That nigga is going to jail, dog. This nigga beating bitches' ass, shoving goddamn guns in people's faces. He got medical issues. This nigga got mental health issues. The nigga retarded. The motherfucker dumb in the some bitch. And he beating bitches' ass. He got the whole trifecta going. This nigga, he ran the gamut for real. This motherfucker is fucking tarded at the highest I've ever. This is the worst one we've seen so far. Yeah, he's absolutely a menace to society. Lock his ass up. You going to jail? This nigga shit.
The court was extremely volatile with court staff, and Ms. Moynihan, the language was that he was going to come up to the court and commit a massacre. That's the allegation of what he was screaming at.
This nigga said he gonna shoot everybody in the motherfucking building. God damn. They throwing this nigga underneath the jail. You might as well, he getting off SSI. Man, she ran into the face like Floyd did to JP. God damn, you ain't shit. You ain't shit. God damn it. Oh my God. Hey, fuck 'em.
Court staff. So I have to agree with you entirely. Mr. Moore is a danger to the community. Mr. Moore is a flight risk. Mr. Moore has shown absolutely zero respect for the criminal justice system, the legal system, or the safety of his own child that resides with Ms. Butcher. He will have a $250,000 cash or surety bond with a GPS tether with a 2-mile radius. Complaining witness's home. The file will be marked medical. Mr. Moore, you're to appear in court as directed. You're not to leave the state without permission of the court. You're not to commit any new crimes while released. You're to immediately notify the court of change of address or phone number. You're to have no contact with Miss Butcher.
Yes, he unless he got $250,000.
And a matter of fact, you can't not only go to her home, you can't go on her street.
Damn.
Period. What's the address? These are on the felony case. These are the bond conditions set for 1796 FY. You are not to possess or have access to firearms. You cannot purchase or access or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. On misdemeanor, I've also signed the request for a court-appointed attorney to ensure that Mr. Moore has counsel at all future proceedings, and that's in the file. As to the 3 misdemeanor files, each of these files will have a $10,000 cash surety bond with a GPS.
Top of 250,000.
No, that's plus, so it's 280,000 altogether.
Damn, you going to jail, nigga.
Hey, ma'am. If I can say something when you are done, please just let me know.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore, you have a.
Or you not?
Yeah, Mr. Moore, you have a constitutional right to remain silent, given the amount of hot water you're in right now. I would strongly encourage you to follow the advice of your counsel.
We've got pretrial services relative to the
I will request a DSU report at counsel's request on the felony. Is there anything else?
Yes, can I say one thing, please?
Mr. Moore, your attorney is advising you not to say a thing.
I understand that. I'm asking, please. Would that be okay?
I would prefer you not, Mr. Moore.
I understand, I respect that, but this is my life in the balance, and me ever seeing my kid. So I would like to say something.
Oh my God, not the tears.
I understand what this looks like. I understand that you guys are upset. I understand that I didn't show up and advise to every court ruling because I've had bad experience with the judicial system. That's not an excuse, but at the same time,
shut up. It
is the truth of what I'm saying. I have documentation showing, and I've called the courts. I called the detective. I called the domestic violence. I recorded them. And,
Mr. Moore, listen. Mr. Moore, I appreciate all of that. I want to be clear, given your history at this court and what's happened recently, there is absolutely nothing that you can say that will change my bond on this case. Nothing.
How about her conspiring to commit murder on me?
So what will happen is your attorney has requested a DSU, and I've granted that DSU request. So the Michigan Department of Corrections will meet with you, and if they find a bond modification is appropriate, they will issue a recommendation to this court. I'm not so inclined, or I don't know that I would even necessarily follow their recommendation, but I will certainly look at it and take it into consideration. And I marked the file medical.
Thank you.
She don't have
All right.
but she's to a 1% of motorcycle club.
All right, thank you. We're all set. Thank you over at the jail.
Thank you.
You going to jail. This motherfucker has to have $280,000 cash to get out of jail. Sheesh. Your ass staying in jail, buddy. You staying in jail. Yeah. All right. Let's see. That's 11 minutes. Oh, that was too long. Wait, no, I don't even want to do that one. We done with that one. That shit is, damn it. No, we should have did that one. Well, we got a little time left. We got a little time. All right. Let's go with this one. This is another stupid defendant. All the white people have been crazy today. All the white people have been absolutely batshit crazy today. All right.
Thing that might be used against you down there.
It is a new judge. We have a new judge up here. Mr. Charles Hart is a new judge. Never seen him before. And what state are they in? Great something. I don't know. I can't tell. But we got a new judge. So there we go.
Ain't nothing to be used against me that they haven't already screwed me with. They ran a train on me. This is my first charge. They gave me 10 years of probation for this.
And Jim, your next case?
Wait a minute. Did he say they ran a... Wait a minute. Did he say they ran a train on him? Hold on. I got to hear that again.
There ain't nothing to be used against me that they haven't already screwed me with. They ran a train on me. This is my first charge. They gave me 10 years of probation for this.
And Jim, your next case?
Judge, I think what I have in the jail, I believe, is Mr. Kern.
And Jeffrey Kern, Curtis Jeffrey Kern. Okay, Jim, let's go ahead and take up Mr. Kern. And have you been appointed on that case?
I have, Your Honor.
And how does Mr. Kern wish to proceed?
Your Honor, I visited with Mr. Kern about 2 weeks ago. It's my understanding he would waive extradition in this matter. Is that still correct?
Yeah, I don't want to be extradited. I've been here for almost 60 days also.
Okay, do you wish to waive extradition back to the state of Texas or not?
I don't want to be extradited, no.
So you're going to, maybe I misunderstood. That requires the state of Texas to send up the paperwork and do a governor's warrant. Is that what you want to do?
Well, I mean, I've been here for 60 days, so technically that's all I can be held on a warrant anyway.
I don't think that's correct.
Well, it is from what I understood.
Okay, so you wish to wait for extradition process to proceed from the state of Texas. You do not wish to waive your right to extradition, is that correct?
I don't know what you're saying, honestly. I've never been through this before, so I have no idea.
Okay.
Court will take a brief recess, and I'm going to let Mr. Watts and Mr. Kern discuss the status of the case.
And before they do that, Your Honor, I may mention update from our side of it. Is my understanding is the paperwork is in Austin. We're just waiting on it to be, kind of finalized, I guess, because it has to go through the two governor's offices.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. I'll get a better lawyer once I get there.
Damn.
Well, so what does that mean?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, like from what I understood and what I've been explained to, that a warrant you can only be held on for 60 days, and I was going to get out and fight it that way because I can get a paid lawyer that way. I can't do it sitting in here not making any money, and he's just trying to get rid of me because he doesn't want to deal with it because it's not a Kansas case, and I understand that, but I can't do anything about it in here.
Okay.
Well, you need to
so
go
you do not wish to waive your right to extradition. You wish for the governor's offices to exchange paperwork or warrants and for you to remain at the Butler County Jail. Butler County, Kansas jail.
I want to go home. That's all I want to do so that I can take care of this from the outside, because me being in here, I can't do anything. I can't make any money in here to be able to afford a lawyer.
Well, that's what I've understood, because waiving the extradition makes the process move faster. It skips the requirement that the governor's warrant has to be done and processed through the governor's office, lets Texas come and get you so you can deal with the matter down in Texas.
That's what I'm saying. I have no family down there. I have no way to get around once I do get out. So that's what I'm asking. Like, I don't know what to do.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you wish to waive extradition and proceed back as soon as possible to the state of Texas. Am I incorrect, Mr.?
I guess that's what's going on. I have no control over anything, so I don't know. I'm confused.
Well, sir, your options at this point are essentially one of two things. Okay, you can either waive extradition, which means you agree to go back to Texas without the states having to do a formal warrant to break you back to Texas, or you can demand that the state of Texas send up a formal warrant through the governor of the state of Kansas to get your extradition, in which case, once that warrant goes through, they will take you back to Texas. The waiver generally goes faster. And as I mentioned when we talked to you, you cannot defend the substance of the warrant. In other words, whether or not you are guilty or not guilty of what is alleged, you cannot defend that from Kansas. That has to be defended in Texas under Texas law and Texas courts.
And I understand that, but what I was telling you before also was that I have no way to make money here. Like once I get there, because I won't have a place to live, I won't have any way to do anything. So how would I fight anything if I'm stuck in jail down there with no money?
This boy retarded.
I presume that they would set a bond for you in Texas and
Give you a goddamn.
appoint an attorney and go through that process in Texas.
I'm going to tell you this because I know for a fact that they're not going to do that because they got me on a crap charge anyway. And I got drunk, yes, and I got in somebody's RV.
All right, hang on. Don't say anything that might be used against you down there.
There ain't nothing to be used against me that they haven't already screwed me with. They ran a train on me. This is my first charge. They gave me 10 years of probation for this.
So the only issue before us here right now is, do you want to?
Yeah, just do whatever you got to do. I don't know what to do. I'm not gonna give it one way or another because I don't know what you're talking about, honestly, besides the fact that you're basically you're gonna send me there one way or another. So just send me if you're gonna send me.
The reality is that one way or another, yes, you're gonna go back to Texas.
For a misdemeanor?
Yes, for a misdemeanor.
No, that's bullshit. You do what you want.
No, it's not the court's decision.
Not up to me.
What Mr. Watts wants to do, what the judge wants to do, what the prosecutor wants to do.
Don't say anything that might be used against you down there.
There ain't nothing to be used against me that they haven't already screwed me with. They ran a train on me. This is my first charge. They gave me 10 years of probation for this. I've done nothing wrong since I've been here. I'm from here. And one little thing is going to screw my whole life up. And that's not fair to anyone, because then you're not making any money. They're not going to make any money, because once I get there, I'm going to sue whoever is doing this because they're in the wrong and they're abusing power. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't think they pick up.
All I asked was for help.
All right. Do you wish for? It would appear to me that you're not agreeable to waiving your right to extradition.
I don't know what that means. That's what I'm asking. Basically you're waiving it so that I can go there faster. That's what you're telling me. Yeah. Right?
Yes.
Okay, then do that, and I'll talk to my wife, and I'll get a better lawyer there.
Okay, so you do wish to waive your right to extradition.
Whatever you gotta do.
No, this is what you wish to do.
It's not what I wish to do because, like I said, that is not what I want to happen. But I don't have a choice but to agree with one way or another. So yes, do that so that I can. Or no, you know what? Don't waive it, and I'll fight it.
Okay, the court finds that you wish to not waive extradition back to the state of Texas, and the court would make inquiry. Does counsel wish to have this matter set for subsequent review at some point in time or not?
Judge, would be sometime the week of the 9th, December 9, to see where the governor's warrant stands at that point.
Okay, that date is, I believe, January 9 at 2:30 on the preliminary. We've set this on the preliminary hearing control docket.
Okay.
And I can, Chris?
Is it the January 6th date? The PHC? Is that where you're at, Judge?
Okay, we're full on the December 9 day.
We are.
So, okay.
I mean,
so that'd be fine. So is it January 6th?
It's January 6th at 2:30.
At 2:30. Okay, thank you. Case is entitled, in the matter of Curtis Jeffrey Kern, and this is a fugitive warrant and extradition matter out of the state of Texas. Before going on the record, Mr. Kern has advised the court he does not wish to waive his right of extradition back to the state of Texas. Subsequently, the court will set this simply for status conference, and that would be set for Monday, January 6, 2025 at 2:30. January 6, 2025 at 2:30 on the preliminary hearing control docket. Any other matters to come before the court, Mr. Sweeney?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Watts?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
And Mr. Kern?
I don't have anything to say.
There being nothing further to come before the court is in recess. Mr. Kern, have a good day.
Yeah, that didn't make no sense to me. So how is he? If he's been in jail for 60 days already, he might be right. I thought that they can only hold you for a certain amount of time on a warrant. Especially for an extradition warrant, either they're gonna do it or they're not gonna do it. So he may be right, and I don't think they fucking extradite you for a misdemeanor. I think he's right. Like he said, if he goes down there, he'll get a better fucking attorney. Obviously, his attorney right now ain't shit. I don't know, man. That shit's weird. That's a weird case. Fucking weird. I think the fucking the defendant or the motherfucker, whatever the motherfucker, he may be right. That's sad. He might be right. I don't know. He will be out in a week. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I think so. I think so. And I just closed down the wrong one. All right. Shit. Now I gotta go back and find it again. God damn it. I closed out 2 goddamn cases. All right. Go to my history. My history. That's way too long. We did that one. That crazy bitch. All right, let's go with this crazy bitch. We'll go with this crazy bitch right here. This is gonna be our last goddamn court case of the evening. Man, we've showed this crazy bitch before. This is her second appearance on here. I think dealing with the same goddamn thing. And we're dealing with her eviction. Yeah, this is dealing with her eviction. I think this bitch is crazy still. And yeah.
I'm wrapped up. If you don't get it by now, then I guess you're not going to get it.
All right. Good afternoon, CV20.
Oh yeah, she is a lawyer. The bitch is a lawyer who says she can't afford her rent.
4-5566 Yolanda Brommer versus Heather Godwin. Mr. Akhtar has appeared already on behalf of the plaintiff, and Ms. Godwin has appeared already pro se on behalf of herself. That's great. Ready to proceed. This is a de novo appeal. I see that there was a late filed motion to quash. There's not going to be a quash on a de novo hearing. You are bound and limited by your pleadings in this case. So whatever was filed in JP court and any other amendments that were filed in county court, those are the ones that the court will be considering, and no other legal positions because you're bound by the pleadings that you filed.
I'll be giving a brief opening, Your Honor.
Okay, then Ms. Godwin also will have an opportunity to do that as well. All right, Mr. Akhtar, you may proceed.
Okay, Your Honor, before the case in chief, we did file on November 7th a sworn motion for writ of possession because the defendant, Heather Godwin, the tenant in my client's home, did not pay November rent into the registry of the court. I also called and checked with the clerk yesterday, and again, that still seems to be the case.
Okay, all right, thank you. So right now I have before the case in chief, there's a motion for an immediate writ of possession for to comply with the justice of the peace order, and actually also the rules requiring monthly payments to be made in the registry of the court while a case is on appeal. Mr. Akhtar has indicated that the month of November has not been paid. I note that there was 2050 in the registry as of October 18th. So, Ms. Godwin, did you file any other funds into the registry?
I did not put I do have the rent. However, because the rent payments are made pending appeal, if I did not win this appeal today, I didn't, those funds would be gone and I wouldn't have the funds to find another place to live immediately.
Okay, I
do have,
understand it.
okay, so it was a formality decision, just basically, you
Understand.
understand. Thank
I
you.
understand. And while I am very sympathetic toward that, I have to follow the rules, and the rules say if the party doesn't make those registry payments, I don't really have any discretion. I have to go ahead and grant. So I'm going to grant the 510(9)(c) motion for an immediate writ of possession to be awarded to the plaintiff, granting them ownership and possession of the I'm not granting them ownership, they already have ownership, but possession of the property. So let's go to the merits of the case.
About fucking time, kick this broke ass activist, shitty ass lawyer out of the motherfucker. How the fuck are you a lawyer and you can't motherfucking pay your goddamn rent, bitch? Get this dirty, trifling, digging a boot ass little bitch out someone else's house and you ain't even paying rent. What do we do? Why are we letting these bums fucking occupy people's fucking houses without paying rent? Unless she's a cokehead. And in that case, she still needs to get the fuck out. I can't stand this.
Case.
As I understand it, Your Honor, it's sorry to
Ma'am,
interrupt.
this is not a time for you to interrupt me.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're now going to go to the main portion of the case. Plaintiff, you may provide your opening statement. Then Ms. Godwin will have an opportunity to give an opening statement as well.
Okay, to make it very simple, my client, Yolanda Brammer, is the owner and landlord of the rental property that's identified as Croydon Loop, Austin, Texas. She and Heather Godwin, who herself is a licensed attorney, although she calls herself pro se, entered into a lease in June of 2022, and everything was going along fine for $2,050 a month rent until June of this year, when she simply stopped paying. June, July, and August were unpaid. We went ahead and served a notice to vacate August 22nd. And as you'll see, the notice to vacate, it complied with all the statutory requirements. It was posted, it was mailed, and just for completeness, it was also emailed to her. She, of course, did not vacate. And so during the pendency of the case, she also did not pay September. She did, after the judgment was obtained in JP court, she did pay October rent in order to make the appeal, but she did not pay November, as we just discussed. So we're going to be seeking possession, and we're going to be seeking 5 months of unpaid rent, which comes out to a total of 10.
So we got Ali Akhtar. Yeah, so Ali Akhtar is the one speaking down in the right, bottom right. This guy right here is the one who's speaking. I was saying the same thing. Mayo, do you remember this? You remember this crazy white bitch that's a lawyer who can't pay her fucking rent?
No.
Oh, this was 3 weeks ago. Before we went to fucking Cozumel.
Okay.
Yeah, this bitch crazy. She said some fucking country star was fucking some country star was drugging her and shit. Yeah, that shit was crazy.
$10,250 plus my attorney's fees.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Godwin, your opening statement.
My opening statement is that I am appealing this eviction because it's not for non-payment of rent eviction. The eviction, Miss Brammer did not evict me because I did not pay the rent. She had granted me extensions, and we had a history of extensions, and she evicted me because of retaliation for my taking advantage of rights that are granted to me under the rent contract, and also retaliation for my requesting repairs to the residents. I'm also requesting that as I understand it, I am entitled to, if I get the funds to the court today, then the writ of possession is dismissed. The motion for writ of possession is dismissed if I have the rent today to put into the court registry. However, like I said, that amount, that provision is only for the pendency of the appeal, which is wrapping up today. That's my opening statement.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Akhtar, you may call your first witness.
I think I can do this simply by calling Ms. Heather Godwin, the defendant. Okay, Ms. Godwin, I'm putting up on screen what we've submitted and marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Okay, and do you recognize this as the lease that you signed with my client?
Can you scroll down, please? No, the lease that I have does not have the irregular font in that fashion. I don't know what happened to the formatting to that lease, but that is not the PDF that I signed.
Okay, well, despite the formatting, do you have any reason to believe that the substance of this lease is not the lease you signed?
Based on my experience with you and Ms. Brammer, yes, I have reason to believe that that is probably not the document that I signed. Do I agree that I agreed that I signed the lease that said I would pay $2,100 a month? And then I signed, and then we modified the terms of that lease that I would pay $2,050 a month and handle my own utilities. I will agree to that, but I'm not going to authenticate that document right there because it's not what I signed.
All right, in that case, fine. I'll just put that down. I will go ahead and open up what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2. This is what we've submitted as our rent ledger. Do you agree that you did not pay rent in June, July, August, or September of 2024? That's a yes or no.
I did pay, yes, I did not pay June through September.
Okay, so at the rate of $2,050 a month, that comes out to $8,200 of unpaid rent, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as we've just talked about here, you've also not paid rent for the month of November, correct?
Correct.
So that would add up and actually become $10,250 of unpaid rent, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to put up on screen what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this document, Ms. Godwin?
I do.
This would be the notice to vacate that was served to you on August 22nd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it was sent to you by, do you remember receiving it by postal mail?
I did receive it.
Okay.
I have no objection to it.
And it was also posted same date, August 22nd, that being a picture of it being posted to your door in an envelope which said important notice, correct?
It was.
Thank you. Move to admit Plaintiff's 3, Your Honor.
All right, I think I heard her say she didn't have any objection.
The only other exhibit I have for you then is Plaintiff's 4, which I'm putting up on screen. Do you recognize this document, Ms. Godwin?
Yes, I do.
Okay, this would be a post that you put on your own Facebook page, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in which you actually didn't show up for the JP court and you let us go ahead and get the eviction by default even after you requested a jury trial. And you actually said the words, "I'm letting my landlord and her attorney take the default eviction today. They can sit in traffic. There really is no defense in justice of the peace court for me." Those were your words in your Facebook post, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you admitted in your Facebook post that you had no defense to this eviction case.
What up,
Are you asking to admit it?
I'm not answering your questions. I've asked you a question. You admitted in your Facebook post that you had no
I
defense to
admitted
the
that
eviction
at that
case.
point in time, I did not believe I had a defense to the eviction. I admit that.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit Plaintiff's 4.
I object to the relevancy.
Okay, that's overruled. Plaintiff's Exhibit 4 is admitted.
In that case, I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Ma'am, would you like to testify directly? Or you want to wait until your case in chief?
I'll wait till my case in chief.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Akhtar, you may call your next witness.
Okay. I will go ahead and call up my client, Yolanda Brammer.
Give me 1 second. I think I can bring her back 1 moment.
All right, there we go. All right, let's go
I
back
had to
on
go
the
into
record.
settings. I apologize for that.
Let's go on to the record. Mr. Akhtar, you may proceed.
Okay, Ms. Brammer. I'm going to go ahead and put up what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Do you see that on your screen?
Second, I do, yes.
Would this be a copy of the month-to-month lease? Then, Your Honor, I'd like to admit this as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, the lease.
All right, any objection?
Yes, I That's not the lease that was signed. Objection.
All right. All right. So, Mr. Akhtar, do you have a response to the objection as far as the authenticity of the document, the originality of the document?
Yeah, I mean, my client has testified that it is the lease. It's just a formatting error in the way she printed it off and was able to get it to me.
All right. Keeping in mind the objection of the defendant, I'm going to go ahead and admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Brammer, you've had to hire me to try to evict Ms. Godwin, correct?
That's correct.
And what hourly rate are you paying me?
$300 an hour.
Okay. Thanks very much. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Godwin, do you have any questions?
I don't.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. Mr. Akhtar, next witness.
Okay. The last witness will be myself to testify to attorney's fees.
All right. You may do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm putting up on screen what I've already submitted to the court in box as plaintiffs 5. I just have to say, by way of really brief preface, that Ms. Godwin has really bombarded not only the JP court, but also the county courts and also the district courts, and is also threatening to file in the federal courts with a number of different filings, which are all tangential to this case. I have done my best to conscientiously highlight only those attorney's fees that have to do strictly with the JP eviction and then this county court appeal. So I am representing my client at the rate of $300 an hour. I was licensed in November 1st of 2000. That's a very reasonable and competitive rate and has been made necessary by the defendants, multiple filings and all kinds of creative attempts to try and stay in this house while paying no rent. It began in August 20th of 2024 when I conferred with my client, and then we drafted the notice to vacate and proceeded with the petition for eviction. And it continued through the months of September, October, and now this month. When it comes down to the end, I've totaled up that up to and not including today, the total of attorney's fees has been $4,230.76. That's strictly limited to the eviction and the appeal of the eviction. That does not include the court costs. As far as today, I will calculate that there's been an additional half hour of attorney time. So again, at my rate of $300 an hour, that's another $150. So if we were to add that, that becomes $4,380.76 in attorney's fees that we're asking the court to award on top of the unpaid rent as well as possession. I seek to admit plaintiff's 5, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, counsel or litigant. I'm not sure what stage you want to be on, but thank you. Plaintiff's Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Okay. With all of that, then, Your Honor, plaintiff rests.
All right. Thank you very much. Plaintiff is rested, and now, Ms. Godwin, you have an opportunity to present your case in chief and present any witnesses that you'd like to offer.
Okay.
Mayo is about to be some crazy, stupid shit, dog. Crazy dumb shit.
So is some country star going to show up?
No, she's just gonna blame a country star for her not getting her money or some stupid shit she said. I can't remember the whole damn thing, but yeah, this bitch is retarded, dog. Like absolutely fucking stupid.
And I would never rent to a lawyer.
Yeah, and she's a fucking lawyer. That's what makes it even worse.
I will.
What's that spacey looking bitch up in the middle?
I don't even know.
This case concerns.
That's a judicial.
Are you gonna hold on? Are you testifying? Are you gonna call yourself to testify?
I'm calling myself to testify.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, you may testify in narrative form since you're representing yourself, beginning, I guess, with your name, and then you can proceed from there. Thank you.
My name is Heather Godwin. I am a tenant here. I have been a victim of trafficking for a very long time. And
that matters none.
And
who's going to traffic that?
Yolanda Brammer reached out to me when I was in my previous apartment and complaining about trafficking. And she offered to put me in this house. I was an attorney for her brother when I was working for Eric Willie, and I was having severe hacking issues when I split from Mr. Willie's firm. And I could not handle her brother's case well. And she called me and she said that she was unsatisfied with the amount of time I was taking, and that she was going to, and that her brother wanted to move the case along. And I said, I had no problem with that. I totally understood. And she said she would call me back. And she called me back about a half an hour later, and she said, everybody knows what's happening to you. And I was amazed, and because I kind of felt like I knew that people knew that what was happening to me. And she reached out to me and she said, do you need a place to stay? Are you in fear for your life? And I said, yes. And she said she had this place available and that her daughter had just moved out. And she's going to rent it out for an Airbnb, but I could stay here as long as I needed to. And so I came here and I moved in. But, and I thought that I was free from everything, but I was still hacked and my cases were still being messed up with. And I was complaining about that online. And I came back from being out one day and the batteries were out of my thermostat.
What?
So I was wondering how they got in. And that's when I realized that she had rented me a place that had no patio door lock. The patio door lock had been hollowed out like that. And so I called her up and I said,
She did that.
and so
herself.
I'd like to offer Exhibit D6 into the record.
All right, any objection to D6?
Objection to relevance, Your Honor. These are repair and remedy claims that have already been dismissed in JP court due to non-payment of rent.
All right, I'll go ahead and allow it. Defendant's Exhibit 6 is admitted.
Oh, fucking leotard.
And so I sent it to her and she said, oh, don't worry about that. My son-in-law did that. And I said, well, it's broken. And I said, I wanted to replace it. And she said, no, do not replace it. And I said, I can just replace the handle. I don't have to replace the door. And she told me no. So I put up a sucker, like one of those, like a sucker type hook onto the glass so the glass could not be opened.
Okay.
And I replaced the batteries in the thermostat.
So somebody
And I
broke in
pulled
and
all the
stole her
holes in the
thermostat
wall.
batteries.
Yes.
But I was
What up,
still being
OG?
bullied online and then and still complaining online about it because I realized that I was still in the same stuff. But at that time, I really believed Yolanda was an innocent bystander. Like she, through some weird circumstances of events, she was being manipulated and used because she was my friend.
This bitch crazy,
And,
dude.
right now I am actually
Okay. So OG, she owes $10,000 in back rent, $4,000 in attorney's fees because she didn't want to show up in all the damn hearings that she keeps asking for. So she has to pay. Well, he put his amount on there because his client's asking for attorney's fees at $300 per hour.
And he should get them.
Absolutely. She should pay the $10,000, well, $10,000 plus dollars because this bitch is retarded. Someone broke in and stole the battery to the thermostat. Said nobody ever, but this crazy bitch. She said she was trafficked by who? I don't know, but she's been trafficked.
Did you read that text that was up there?
No, I didn't. What did it say?
She claimed that people are still making money off my nudity. Ain't nobody paying to see that bitch naked.
No, she hot shit, sir. You didn't know that shit?
She nuts. That's what she is.
Nah, you'll fuck that bitch.
She's schizophrenic, sir.
You'll fuck that bitch. You said the crazy bitches ever. They had the best pussy, so I know you'll fuck that crazy hoe.
Oh yeah, but not with my real name.
Okay, I'll give you that.
My
Plea
name's
reading
OG Do
from
Dirty, sir.
defendant's first submitted
OG Do
answer,
Dirty.
plea and abatement and motion to dismiss
Yeah,
cause
they
of
will.
action that was filed in this matter on October 4th.
And those were all handled by the JP court, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
This
All right.
answer.
So I just want to go through.
Understood.
All right.
So
Okay.
I'm just,
Anything else?
yes, and then on September 3rd, 2023,
All right, 2023.
I was very upset, and I told.
Hold on, let me. Text says, is there anything missing? You need to go on a trip to release all the tension. I'm extremely sure I did not leave my door with a 5-inch crack in it. Nothing missing. Of course, they're going to keep making money off my nudity as long as they can until I can flee to where I can protect myself and they have no power. And the next was, yep. Okay. All right. She's feeding into the delusion. I see. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I told
He's
Yolanda
a
that I wanted to put
co-conspirator to her delusionary state.
Absolutely. But that's the what you call it, the JFC and the fucking sisterhood bullshit. They
Well,
feed
they
into
believe all women. Yes.
yeah. They tell these motherfuckers, well, yes, that's what's happening to you when everyone knows ain't shit happening to this crazy kooky ass bitch. But that's neither here nor there. This shit's insane.
Fixed lock on the patio door so nobody could come in, but then I was just so hounded, and just they're never going to let me go. That's what I thought, and so I sent her a message, and I said, they're going to keep on filming me, and they're going to keep on making money off of my nudity for as long as they can until I can flee to where I can protect myself, and they have no power. And she answered yes. Like, she admitted that it's happening. And
no, I don't know what to say.
For the life of me, I don't understand why I'm having to file all these things. I don't know. I don't understand how it is that all this litigation can be created around when there's this absolutely salient fact just right there in black and white. But I am still having to prove over gaslighting that this is occurring. So I stayed living here. I had a number of family law cases. I had a very large family law case that I thought was coming. I was also suing who I thought were the main perpetrators in the trafficking issue. And Facebook is actually a part of that. So it was removed to federal court. That was dismissed. Except for Facebook. Judge Pittman told me to sue Facebook in Washington, which I will. Or if I go and file suit if I leave here and go to New Orleans, I can file suit in another district court. I was sanctioned from filing again in Texas District Court. That's what I was sanctioned from doing.
Because you're crazy, bitch.
Not the circumstances and suing on the events and the trafficking. And I was not served with any slap lawsuits in retaliation for that suit as well, which should show you at least there's that level of civilization going on. And I'm also appealing the trafficking suit against Miss Brammer, because in that motion to dismiss hearing, the judge kept on saying appeal, 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 which opened up my mind to the realization that on the trial court level, much graft and much extortion and pressure occurs. However, when it comes to going to appellate court and the concept of having this fact pattern in black and white in the books for other attorneys and the whole world to see forever as an appellate court in the reporter, that's not going to happen. An appellate court is not going to look at this fact situation and say, oh yeah, that's okay. So,
Ma'am, we're gonna have to wrap this up. So is there anything?
Yes, big words. This bitch said a whole bunch of big shit that means absolutely fucking nothing. But here's the thing. She still got another 12 minutes to say whatever the fuck is going on, OG. So there's gonna be more word salad and bullshit. This bitch is retarded.
Yeah, she's crazy.
Anything else relevant
Yes,
to
I would like to
the-
also-
Hold
I
on,
would-
stop talking for just a minute. I need to have any other evidence that you wish to present as to the lease and the payment under the lease.
I would like to say also that in January,
Jesus Christ.
I requested an extension on the lease for Miss Brammer. And she said, of course, you can have an extension. So I took advantage of that extension. And when I was able to pay her, I said, thank you so much for the extension. And she said, oh, you're welcome. And I said, I was afraid you were going to kick me out. And she said, oh, I'm never kicking you out.
That's what she said.
And so what happened? So what happened in June was that I was not at the time that I made this. What happened in June was the house significantly started shifting.
Hold on.
And I was
hold on. This is the crazy. This bitch said that hey, the house has shifted so much that the dishwasher door hits the cabinet opening and the chrome pieces of the dishwasher door dislodges, and I have to be careful closing it. It will take pulling out the dishwasher and adjusting the screw feet to align the square with the cabinet opening. I am going to tape the chrome pieces down to ensure it doesn't pop off. In the meantime, what the fuck does that have to do with you paying rent?
And I started to have to take care. And
the orange bacteria in the bathroom has subsided and been replaced by regular bathroom mold. Thank God. It's because in the shower I use filtered water. The orange bacteria in the water line, bacteria in the water line. I'm going to research on how to flush unless you like to send a professional. My water filters and then it stops there.
and
That orange bacteria,
fill in
sir, is called
holes.
rust.
Yeah.
In
and
high
then
iron water.
in late July,
What the fuck? This bitch going down there?
in July 25th is when I started covering myself.
Okay.
I covered myself in the bathroom, except when I was behind the shower curtain, and I covered myself in my bedroom unless I was in my closet.
What does that?
And it was at that point that Miss Brammer said, hey, are you all right? She ignored all my texts. She ignored all my texts about, can I get the extension? Will you please respond to me? Please respond to me. All the texts from June 14th about me talking about these are all my texts to her, and she does not respond, which is a facet of emotional manipulation, is withholding information and stonewalling somebody.
Because you're involved in a lawsuit. You're not
On
supposed
July
to fucking
25th,
talk
I
to 'em.
began to cover myself in the house. That's when she clued in. Call me. I called her. I tried to text her. I could not get through to her. I was still trying to contact her and talk to her. I hope you're doing all right. Still, I'm covering up. Hey, are you okay? I'm still covering up. I don't want to see you, Yolanda. I'm still covering up. And at that point, I thought it was the music industry, but I don't really know. I don't know. I just know it's happening.
That's what it was. The music industry was fucking trafficking her right along with Facebook. And
okay. Wow, this bitch, dude, this bitch is like, she needs medication and she needs to have her fucking license revoked.
That bitch needs to
Because
be
she
in
ain't right.
A home some
This-
goddamn where.
This is a childless cat lady. This is how they end up.
How you doing, OG? How was that shellacking / non-cooking of you since LA keeps saying we got cooked yesterday?
Oh, cool with it. It ain't gonna do nothing. I'm just trying to get numbers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
LA the one doing that yoga, so
that's a fact. Yeah, but this woman right here is delusional, nigga. How the hell why does she think she's involved in 13 cameras? Like, why does she think she's in a production?
Listen, I don't know.
Have she found any hidden cameras around this house one time?
No.
She talking about the only time she don't cover herself is when she in the shower, fam. Like, they really watching her.
I mean, I don't normally walk around my house naked either.
No, I do. Shit, my house.
I do like a motherfucker.
Here, what's going on here? I don't got no cameras here looking at me. That's the ones you put in there.
I find the need to be in my fucking kitchen with my dick swinging. Just don't.
Oh, I do. I don't even care. At this point in time, shit.
Yeah, she was bending over trying to clean her dishwasher, and the titty got hooked onto that chrome piece that was sticking off and cut her. So she had to rip it off. You know, that's why she ain't trying to pay that rent. She getting cut up. People stealing thermostats out of the house. You know what I mean? Left everything else, but took the thermostat.
No, it took the batteries. Not even
the batteries.
Not the whole thermostat. They just took the batteries out.
Yes, sir.
So AAA batteries.
What happened?
That was
there
the
probably
first
wasn't no batteries in it to start with.
That's what I was about to say. The thermostat that's on the wall, unless you got a portable thermostat and you got wires to hook onto that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They're probably backup batteries.
Oh, okay. So did she be smart enough to go ahead and check that little thing, that little smoke detector, so they take the batteries out of that?
Probably didn't.
Yeah.
But
No, she's crazy.
Hey, you can save her, OG.
No, she, like I said, bro, anybody that get cut by a dishwasher, bro, I don't think we're gonna have nothing in common. I don't even see how that happened. That is.
Yeah, that bitch something else.
And then here she is on August 1st. I'm still covering up. They're still saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Because that's what's a hallmark of the abuse that's been happening to me, is that my protesting is something's wrong with me. Something's wrong with me because I'm not allowing them to film me. It's really insidious. And I think I'm one of the few people. I don't. So this is me explaining to her how I'm going to move. Can you please just, I'm going to move and sue people. And I'm here recounting our conversation with her. I'm recounting, Yolanda, this is what happened between us. And she's not responding. And
what's she supposed to respond to?
I'm telling her Zach may have broken the handle, but you forbid me to place it. That's how they got in, and that's negligence. I'm still giving her the benefit of the doubt that she's not involved. I'm still like, please understand what your place is in this. I'm going to have to sue you. She called me up. We got on the phone, and she said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yolanda, I'd be okay if you just give me the extension on the rent. Just let me know." And she said, "Well, I'm not calling about the rent. I'm not calling about that. Are you okay?" And her telling me that was telling me she doesn't care about the rent. She
Oh,
is
look at
calling me
that.
to see
Look at
if
that,
I'm okay
Tom.
because I'm not exposing myself
that's
in
it.
here. Because
You
I'm
see that?
closing
You
myself
unsent a
off. I'm
message.
covering
You
myself
unsent a
off.
message.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I said, you don't, and
And she
I said,
All
unsent
right,
it.
all right, man. We need to kind of wrap this up.
okay,
Two
I've
months
got
after.
people.
I'm wrapped up. If you don't get it by now, then I guess you're not going to get it. In response to that, in response to at that phone call, she said she'd have to think about it, and I still covered myself up. And the next
No
day, she
cares,
said,
man.
"You're evicted for non-payment of rent."
Okay.
Your Honor, can I
Hold
say
on,
something?
Yolanda,
Oh,
Yolanda.
No, you cannot. You
Okay.
cannot.
Okay.
Yeah, let her fuck
All
up.
right. Mr. Ackbar, do you have any questions?
No questions for this witness.
All right. All right. Thank you. All right. Ms. Godwin, you are you're excused as far as the witness goes. Are there any other witnesses you intend to call, or is that it? All right. I'm going to assume then we're going to move forward. Both parties have, I presume, rested, and we can do any closing statements, brief closings, if you wish to do those. Mr. Akhtar?
Yes, Your Honor. Quite simply, I feel badly for Ms. Godwin. She's clearly not well, but that's not my client's problem. Ms. Godwin is not entitled to just stay in her house rent-free month after month after month and just make a mockery of the court system by just suing case after case after case against everybody. She's admitted that she has not paid for 5 months of rent. That's $10,250 of unpaid rent my client has suffered. She's also had to pay me $4,380.76 in attorney's fees. That's through the end of today for doing our best to just get Ms. Godwin out. She's filing every possible manner of thing to stay in, but none of it has to do with any defense for her eviction because of non-payment of rent. We're just asking for some finality to this. I know she's going to continue filing things, but she needs to be out of there.
All right. Thank you very much. Closing statement is Godwin.
Yes, Your Honor. This is not a eviction for non-payment of rent. This is an eviction in retaliation. There's a case that's in evidence. It's Terrace Pines versus Laird, in which a tenant who was delinquent in rent complained about repairs needed to an apartment, and the appellate court found that it was indeed a retaliation of rent, even a retaliation eviction, even though the tenant was delinquent in rent. You can have a retaliation claim, and I have the elements of a retaliation in my answer.
You never even said the word rent
All
during
right.
your testimony.
Well, I appreciate the
I
courtesy.
was waiting
y'all
on
have
somebody to
extended,
say it.
although I understand from my staff that there have been numerous interactions with both parties, even a party that's represented by counsel. I'll just encourage y'all to continue to be pleasant as you deal with other court staff as you move forward on this matter. I'm going to rule in favor of the plaintiff. I'm awarding her possession of the property. I'm awarding back due rent, and plaintiff has requested $10,250, and I guess that doesn't include the $2,050 that's right now in the registry for the month of October. So in actuality, I'll award damages of $10,300 to account for that October rent, and then order that the clerk's office tender the amounts that in the registry to the plaintiff as an offset for the damages. So then you get your $10,250. I'm going to award attorney's fees of $4,380.76 and court costs to the plaintiff. Because I'm already awarding an immediate writ of possession, I don't know if y'all want me to issue a supersedious bond in the judgment. I can do that if that's requested. Anyone want that? No? All right. Very good. All right. And with that being said, if you'll send us if you might already have sent us a proposed judgment, both on the main case and also on the immediate writ of possession, I'll sign those, and then y'all can proceed as you may, whatever you decide to do. But I appreciate the courtesies y'all have extended to me and my court staff. All right, and with that, y'all are excused, and I can move on to the next case. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just one quick moment. So I uploaded the 2 different orders to the proposed orders of box. One was on the writ of possession, which also requested release of the $2,050 of October rent. The other one was not including that amount, and it was for the 5 months that we just discussed.
Okay. All right. Well, my staff will look at it. Thank you. All right. Y'all be safe out there. Thank you. Y'all are excused. Thank you.
Get the fuck out, bitch.
Take your crazy. Oh, that bitch was ugly too. God
Get
damn.
the fuck out my house, bitch.
That'll be it for all the crazy bitches that she was trafficked. I didn't know if y'all know if she was trafficked, so y'all should feel sorry for her because she's been trafficked her whole life. The music industry's trafficking her, taking videos and pictures of the bitch, and all kind of shit like that. I think it's pretty crazy.
Oh yeah, she's nuts.
That's
schizophrenia, and somehow she got through it through her 20s and 30s with it intact.
Well, amazingly, what caught me about that is she never got paid for none of this stuff that she's been doing. That's been happening her whole life. That's crazy. They ain't making that much money up off you, even if they is doing it. You're not doing nothing.
No, your OnlyFans has like 1 subscriber, and that's some old dude in a fucking wheelchair somewhere in a home.
I don't figure out. She figures they doing this stuff to her like that, like she's really a prize or something. Man, you're not showing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, this bitch just nuts. Oh, I would love to hear the stories around that courthouse of this bitch. you know their stories.
Hey, that bitch is absolutely insane.
Mm-hmm.
See if we can find another.
And what I feel sorry for is anybody who fucking calls her up and thinks she's a fucking normal lawyer.
And has to deal with the crazy bitch.
Because you know her clients ain't getting fucking proper care.
Oh, absolutely not. This one's crazy. Oh, that's live. I want no lives. Seen that one, did that one. No, I don't care about that one.
That shit's just nuts, dude. Oh my god.
Well, you know what? Let's listen to this bond. I got a little bit more time. It's only been on for 3 hours. Before I go take my ass to bed.
He can sit out in jail.
No,
he can sit it out in jail until we get to this. It happens over and over again. And yeah, I'm going to stand up for people who are complainants when the rules say you shall not do that. But we know a child is being influenced here. It happens over and over again. They can't help themselves to try to change the facts. Then I want a jury trial. You know, nobody really wants a jury trial with these facts. Elvin Bryant, 23-413-73 is next call.
I want that chair he's sitting in, goddamn. That look comfortable in a bitch. I wish it was a little bit wider though.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So Brennan will get the reset.
We need
that place on $12.
Okay.
And dude, you show up with camouflage fucking shorts with the
cargo
cut off ends rolled up.
Yeah, that's a fact.
In court.
Yeah, that's a fact. We supposed to be suited and booted.
Turn on this one.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. If it was Judge Bryant, oh, that nigga got to leave, dog.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm just gonna send me up out of here, then. I'm not about to throw on her. This is not church. Y'all don't get that much respect, sir. What are we doing there? Only time I put a suit on or something like that, the dress shirt is for church, for the Lord. Y'all are not above him. You would get regular clothes.
At least a shirt with some kind of buttons, even if they just like 1/4 polo shirt. with some
I'm
decent
pulling up
pants.
in a hoodie, nigga, with Oz TV on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, listen, I've never been to court in a button-down shirt, none of that shit.
Me either.
I go in
You've been to
regular
traffic
clothes.
court, Tom.
That's absolutely.
Yeah, that's traffic court, sir. This
Sir,
ain't
I
traffic.
went to criminal court too with the same thing. I had criminal
ain't never been there.
felony. Was it criminal speeding ticket?
Oh, yeah, it's still traffic courts.
Well, they didn't treat me like it was traffic because I was in there with murderers and shit. They had real shit going on.
You did too, sir. You was probably going 100 over the speed limit.
I was 38 or 37 above the speed limit, you know.
With murderous intent.
Light work. I got you.
And it's like, what are you doing there? I was like, I don't know. They sent me here. Shit. I can't explain this. They just told me to come here. And then she dropped it down to 10 over, didn't give me no points, and didn't fucking send me on my way. Had to pay a $600 fine, though. It took forever. Oh, yeah. But, you know. Yeah.
I'll take $600 over my freedom.
I'll stand in.
Oh, I took all year to pay it. Now, what are you talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
What the fuck is that?
There's nobody on it.
It's Mike.
It's a state's.
That courtroom small in the bed.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like the format though, standing there, both sides, opposing sides facing each other, and the accused facing the judge.
Yeah,
that's some old school shit.
Just an investigative summary, and I mean summary. One sentence.
Look at this nigga, LA.
Don't tell me this nigga back.
Judge, I would almost bet that this was direct grand jury. And I think the one thing we have is the expert summary from the medical doctor, Dr. Beach. What are we here for? Just an announcement?
He's putting it on the trial docket. One of the things we have, okay, what is the relationship of the child to the defendant?
Stepson.
Do you understand you cannot have any contact with this person, the child? Do you understand? See, here we go. There it is. There it is. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, everybody knows. And that's why these cases get to trial, because of the influence that's being done. We find over and over again, they can't help themselves. They can't follow the rules. You cannot have any contact with a victim. That's across the board. But I know what happens. You get with them, before you know it, then the children feel guilty about your charges, because you're communicating with them, or people on your behalf are communicating with them. That's a condition of bond. It's always been. And he can sit out in jail.
Your Honor,
No, he can sit it out in jail until we get to this. It happens over and over again. And yeah, I'm going to stand up for people who are complainants when the rules say you shall not do that. But we know a child is being influenced here. It happens over and over again. They can't help themselves to try to change the facts. And it always, I want a jury trial. You know, nobody really wants a jury trial with these facts. When somebody says, "Oh, I want a jury trial," unless it's an unusual situation, it's always the same result.
What do you mean?
Why is this judge crying?
He's got people trying.
Yeah, why is this judge crying? Let me know that. What's going on?
The defendant has people trying to influence a child in the case and a witness.
Yeah. That's what I got from it.
Yeah.
Is it people, or do the judge think it's him?
It's him going through other people.
Yeah. And he's having contact with the child, which he's not supposed to.
Yeah.
Which is another what you call it, victim.
Yeah, we know what that bullshit is. Come on now. Come on. Let's talk turkey. You know what I'm talking about? Let's speak the truth. Now, is this dude really having a problem with that, or is he having a problem that something might be changed? Because I'm not understanding where all this vitriol is coming from. Like Mr. Stevenson Jr., John, yeah, you hot over this situation, like something didn't happen.
Well, yeah, because the child is probably the victim in the case. And it's probably a Chomo case.
Oh, okay.
Could be.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay. I just want to know. I was lost like a motherfucker. He going in. He all about his feelings right now.
Either Chomo or physical abuse, one or the other.
Tell that nigga lock that nigga up until we get nigga serious.
Yeah.
Hey, my fault, Tom.
No. I was looking for something else. You good? Ain't no problem.
They have communicated and gotten the poor child to feel guilty about everything and change their mind.
But that's irrelevant to this case. This is a case in which CPS investigated it, and they made absolutely no finding on it. And this is not a case in which it's really irrelevant as to what the child.
What in the world what did the grand jury use on whim to indict them?
They indicted that there was some bruising on the child, therefore they indicted him on the child.
That's not a crime to have bruising on a child. I'm sorry. They said he intentionally and knowingly caused bodily injury to the child.
Which is what I'm talking about on the bruising.
And by striking the child about the head and body with a cord or belt or unknown object.
Oh, come on.
I knew it was something.
I don't care if you disagree or not. You can't have contact with the victim. And he's having contact with them. That's the point. Let's get to the ball here. You're in jail. You violated a condition of bond. You cannot have contact with the victim. And don't say, I've been indicted now for going on 2 years. Nobody told me that.
Well,
I want to know who was responsible for not telling the defendant that that's a condition of bond. It's the common conditions of all bonds set by the criminal district courts. You can't have contact with the victim. Who told you you could?
Well,
I want to know.
You asked me if the kid was what relationship. I said with my stepchild.
I said, are you having contact? Yeah. Well, you said yes.
Sometimes I go home and pick them up from school, and then
I don't care what you do. You can't have contact with the child. Are you going to interrupt me too?
Yes.
That's what you do.
Yeah, bro, get your man. I'm like this nigga, dog.
You're in control of the situation, of all your situations. When you're charged with a crime, the court is in control, not you. And I set the court orders. You defy them when you contact the child. And I don't care what kind of contact you want to call it. Well, when it's contact over time, then I know what happens. The child is encouraged to feel guilty about being in the middle of this. The poor children are like a taffy pull. I know. Well, I'm sure that this is terrible. I mean, the child has bruising on around the neck and the upper body, and according to the grand jury, they allege you struck the child with something. But the point is you're looking at up to 10 years in prison. You don't have contact with the child. Give me the conditions of bond.
Yeah, that's a fact. He going to jail. This judge is gonna put you in jail, nigga. He said
he's going there to your trial by jury.
That's a fact.
Sir, what he did was he wrapped a extension cord around that child's neck.
I've seen too many cases like this, bro. It's what the people agree on punishment is different from what the parents believe in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all that. And then he got a heart. This judge just got a heart. I guess he ain't never seen no badass kids. or he ain't never just seen nobody properly whoop kids, because it's a certain way that you can whoop them, bro. And sometimes they move, so they get what they deserve. I used to do it all the time. You think I got mad at my daddy, bro, for slapping across the face with the belt after the nigga told me not to move, and I moved? Whose fault is that?
I know.
Let's just keep it real, people.
But in your era, my era, and damn
And
sure,
today
Mayo's
is
era,
different. Yeah.
totally different now.
Oh,
But how is that different though, Mayo? If you
why, sir? How is it different?
Yeah, tell me, how is it different? I know why.
My
it is.
neighbor, 10 houses down, could have beat my ass and sent me home in the middle of the street in front of the cops. And you know where I would have got the worst beating? When I got home, because I embarrassed the family.
That's a fact.
Yeah. That shit don't fly today, sir.
No, I get that. That goes with the why. What I'm saying is, if just give an example, and I can ask you and Tom this. Tom, you about to whip your boys, Mayo. If you had a young man that you was, you know what I'm saying, that's your son, and you had to discipline him. Now you tell them, hey, go ahead and lean over the bed, take his ass whoopings like a man, don't move. And you get to swapping. Right? So after that, if they would have never moved, they would just got a properly ass whooping. But once they move and they get swapped across the face, the back, because you aiming at one spot. I didn't tell you to move. So how is it your fault as a parent that somebody else moved while you trying to correct them for something that they did bad?
I've never seen a kid put his face in the path of a belt purposely.
Shit, me.
What? This is where we get lost at, bro. Because I know
I've never seen one choose his face over his ass getting hit. Just saying.
Yeah, but if you squirming and moving around and not doing what the parent is telling you to do, bro, why they giving you the punishment? It ain't like the nigga just came off the back and Homer Simpson this nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? He just didn't go for the jugular. He was obviously whooping this young kid. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, this nigga got around his neck. OG.
But yeah, oh Lord, y'all keep on. And then y'all gonna believe this story, bro. I can't do that, bro. I can't do it. It don't even make sense to me the way that he just got through saying. The first thing came to my mind was a vivid picture of this dude disciplining a child. And that nigga got out of line, moved around, got hit the wrong way, went to school, and somebody said something about the shit. To the point to where
marks all around his neck.
Yeah, and to the point to where even the person that he's with, the person's mother, because he's a stepfather, is still calling this man after she know this egregious whooping and all this shit that they said to happen. She don't even believe it that it's whooping because she called a nigga to go pick the nigga up from school.
No, she just think the dick more important than her kid.
It ain't even that.
It can't be that, bro.
He was the one that's paying the rent. That nigga's the one that's paying the rent.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
And plus, we have total different thought process when it comes to discipline than other races. Let's just be that way.
Well, no, just say the world, bro, because it all applies to everybody.
I mean,
it just applies.
No, it doesn't, because it's egregious to
I
other
beat him
people.
with a phone book.
It's egregious to other people, but not egregious to other people.
Yeah, I beat him with a phone book. Not a belt.
It's normal to us.
Don't leave no mark.
Yeah.
But in society's eyes, it's wrong.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Who runs society?
The government.
Okay, there you go.
What we doing here? That's why I don't believe in it, brother.
And that's what I said. There you go. You got your answer.
Thank you.
And you call out your kid out from school if he's too bruised up.
You don't send him to school.
Exactly.
Get that sorry ass nigga about my house.
This
Nigga need to learn something.
Dark bond conditions. Then
I know I would have been in jail if I had kids, bro.
Don't worry, you about to have kids.
You're a goddamn lie.
This is bond conditions you're subject to. Number 3, read that out loud. Read that out loud.
Let's read it.
He can't read.
Read it out loud to me, sir.
The defendant shall not communicate either directly or indirectly with the alleged complainant, victim of the pending offense, nor shall the defendant go near any residence, school, job site, or other location frequented by the alleged complainant.
How long you been picking up the child from school again?
I don't pick him up from school. Sometimes he goes home.
I don't care.
And I have to be there.
Did you just read that?
Yes, sir.
You've been doing that. You've been violating that.
He stayed in Colorado.
I don't care where he stays. You can't have contact with him, and you told me you were.
I understand. I'm sorry, my bad.
Sorry, I'm told you. That's what he said.
What? The mother is
Your bond is revoked.
Oh my God.
No, this
And in
nigga ain't
fact,
shit.
you can't be trusted to have any contact. I'm not going to give you a bond. You're going to sit this one out until we get to trial, which could take a while. But you want a trial, you got it. But you're also not going to be in control of the case. The court's orders are controlling. You have been violating this by subjecting a young child to a difficult situation by refusing to follow the court's orders. And I know what happens. It causes over time the child to completely change her or his version of the offense. They feel guilty about it. But it's not supposed to be that way. Children aren't supposed to be put.
The mother did this.
It's not even about that, bro. It's just like the point is that this nigga is sitting here coming up with this whole elaborate story, and he believed that he's fucking right.
Okay, cool.
That's the problem.
I'm with you on that, right? Here is my problem to you, right? How does the judge know that he violated that court order without someone telling him that he violated the court order?
Because he just told him he violated.
No. Because he was brought back to court on violation of court order.
Oh yeah.
So that means
Mama
told him.
Yeah, Mama found somebody else to pay the rent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Oh, well, okay, we'll explain how he's in court again.
Because it's the same thing, bro, as what I said earlier. It ain't, again, this don't sound like a problem, bro, with the parents, bro. This sound like a problem with the people.
Again, OG,
but he wouldn't have wound up in court for violating his bond.
No,
yeah, they would. Yeah, they would. Bro, I just explained to y'all, bro, if you go to school and the school is the one that put the government in your life, you feel me? If they catch your ass, okay, go say what you're going to say because you cut me off.
I didn't cut you off.
I wasn't talking about you, sir. I was trying to let Mayo say what he's going to say before I say what I'm going to say. All right. So the school is the one that put this shit in their life. Because somebody told, I don't think it was that goddamn kid that went back and ran and said this nigga doing all this. I think somebody seen that shit and told on them niggas, bro. And when they told on them, they did their investigation like that motherfucker said, and they come to find out that so-and-so, which they said that he did what he did to his kid because that's the investigation that they came up with, right? This nigga just admitted to have to go to get this nigga and do certain things for him. So obviously that's telling me that the two people that's taking care of this nigga is still doing the same bullshit that they was doing. The problem is somebody told on them. So again, him going to their school, who they know that the school know he had a problem with his stepfather, and they see him getting in this quarrel with his stepfather, because stepfather just admitted that he had to go pick him up from school or sometimes be at the house with this nigga.
True.
Somebody told. It wasn't the mama. It's these goddamn people that's always in other people's business that think somebody is doing somebody wrong. And they told them niggas that, again, the stepfather was around. So they went investigated and picked his ass up. It ain't that hard to believe, bro.
Okay, but here's another wrench in there. The judge said that the
judge don't know. He looking at paperwork, bro.
Okay, well, the paperwork says that the father is making the child feel guilty.
No, he said that. He literally said that. And no, he literally said that. This is what happens.
Okay. All right.
No, seriously. He said, that's why I said I have a problem with him pushing that narrative. Because you're saying that every kid that gets into a situation like this, when they get around people like that, this is what happens. Because this is a known fact. This is what you've been seeing for years because you've been a judge. Cool with that. You've seen more kids get influenced by the people who do stuff to them. That can be correct, sir. But since that is correct, you can't put it on this case.
True.
Because not one time have I heard this man bust out and say, you know what? I didn't do that to him. That little nigga lying. You know, some people go in and they defend themselves and then you think, you know what? Let me put two and two together. Nigga, yeah, you out here doing this shit. For a person, bro, that's sitting there talking, I'm going to go pick this motherfucker up, the same motherfucker that got me locked up and about to get locked up for 10 years. I'm about to go pick this nigga up from school. Fuck that. I'm not even gonna pick him up. So I'm gonna watch this nigga. 10 years, bro. Fuck them kids. You lob on, throw your ass in the garbage can. You trying to get me locked up for 10 years. I'm not about to do shit for you.
Absolutely.
It's weird.
Could be.
That's a fact.
So you're upset with the people that are mandatory reporters.
Yeah.
LA $10 chat. He beat that child like Sharon did OG and Tom. That's a fact.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, because Sharon didn't do nothing. That's what I'm saying. That's a fact. Yeah, we can go with that. Yes.
Sharon didn't do shit to us.
He cooked me, man. He just had me sitting on the counter for no reason. Sad, wasting
meat, nigga.
Yeah, man, wasting food like that, Sharon. We don't do that.
Yeah.
They say I only rap about getting dollars. Well, I don't see the problem.
You heard him. He already read it. Fuck that nigga LA because he ain't shit. Let me give him what he really wants.
It's easy.
Pockets. That's what that nigga really want because he was over that dick hole in that nigga.
Meat stretcher? Anybody got a meat stretcher?
Over there, meat stretcher shit around the whole goddamn time, throwing it back in a circle for that nigga, and then letting that nigga's wife actually peg him too. So what? It was not only Ron getting pegged.
Damn.
It was LA getting pegged as well by Sharon's wife. She was double pegging these niggas.
I bet they went ass to mouth.
That's a bad combination.
Yes, it is, sir.
What we doing here? I ain't never heard you got pegged to a coochie at the same time. That's crazy.
That's a fact. What we doing here?
That nigga gonna pop up and go off on us.
Not my fault. Look, he
was the one that got catfished by a tranny.
That's a fact. You talking about y'all nasty.
Listen, hey, motherfucking, she had the double strap, the two dicks on it. They was both switching sides and shit. One facing the other one facing the other way. So they was back to back while she was pegging them.
Oh, God damn.
Goddamn butt buddies.
Yeah. Y'all not going to heaven.
Both of them thrown in a circle.
That's a
opposite circle.
That's a fact. We don't need direction on how y'all two got pegged at the same time no more. I'm sick of it. I ain't gonna talk about it no more. I'm gonna ask Sharon why his wife pegging both y'all motherfuckers. Okay. It's okay for y'all.
In a situation like that by manipulation. And that's what you have. You manipulate the child. I just seen a picture. The child is scarred.
I'm sure you received a copy of those bonds.
Then somebody else will be held accountable. But this or the court's orders on file for record. All defendants are subject to knowing them. And if the bondsman or their attorney fails to help them out with that, then maybe it's their fault.
Right.
But all the defendants are subject to being accountable to these terms and conditions of probation, of bond.
So blame his goddamn lawyer and goddamn probation.
My point being is that he did not receive.
Ignorance is not an excuse.
Oh,
well, as a matter of due process,
it's on the court record. You're held to what's on the court record. And you've been his attorney for how long?
I don't know that.
Well, the attorneys ought to be advising them if there's a doubt about it. Maybe they ought to be helping them out. But the bondsman, if they're doing their job properly, they make sure that the defendant knows about it. But it's on file.
I understand, but Judge, he cannot be held accountable for something he was not aware of. That's a due process argument. And so we're asking the court to give. He knows about it now. He will not have contact.
Wait a second. Hold on. Okay. Let me just agree with that.
You ain't got no choice but to.
You've opened the door for 5,000 people to go, I wasn't aware of this. What's good for him is good for everybody.
That don't even make sense.
You're held accountable to knowing about it. And I'm not supposed to be the one that hands it to him. The bondsman.
You have the power
and the
to, sir.
attorneys. But it's on file. But what's
doing
good for
here?
one is good for, I open the door, every one of them will be lined up from here to Orange County. I'm on bond and I didn't know, nobody told me that these bond conditions were what they were. And so I want the Elvin Bryant rule. He was ignorant about it and so am I. So can you cut me some slack
See what
too?
I'm saying?
In all fairness? No, I'm not going to. Period. In the ball game. You're held accountable. And he's got buffers. It's not like him alone. He's got a lawyer. He's got a bondsman. My God, how can everybody drop the ball? The only thing is a child is in harm's way. A violation of the court's direct order is in harm's way. And he's been palling up with him. And we know what's happened.
Judge, your bond conditions are posted on the court's website as well. They've had been since they were created.
I got to
Get your whack ass out of here.
Yeah.
That motherfucker look dirty as shit.
So it's on the court. It's on the record. It's on the website. The bondsman, and if you want to get the bondsman involved with them and have them come up here, we're happy to have a hearing. And I want the bondsman to explain that he didn't go over those with him, and then I'll hear it. But I'm sorry. I opened the door for this, and everybody is going to say the same thing. I was ignorant to it. Sorry, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to do that.
This nigga is lying.
And then we put what precautions I supposed to be the one that delivers to them? No. Guys, that makes me so angry because we can't run this railroad by doing that. We have to have people understanding and appreciating the rules and following the rules. And here, he should have been aware of these rules by at least 3 different people.
Yeah, well, I would, my contention would be that, there should, I assumed that the process, that the system that was intact was that any bond conditions, the bondsman did in fact would go over them with him. That was my assumption. I would ask the court under these circumstances. I understand the court's ruling, and I'm not arguing with it. I'm just saying,
It's only a child. We're talking
be a lawyer
rather than no bond at all. And if you're going to put him in jail, allow him to make a bond.
He's been on bond for how long?
He posted a bond in April 25th, 2023.
Okay, yeah.
April 25th, 2023.
Yeah. We're going on 2 years. On 2 years that he's had quality time there to have contact with the child and
which my visiting with his client, Judge can assure the court, had he known that he was not supposed to have contact, he would comply. He has been to my office every time I've asked him to come to my office. He is a productive citizen in terms of working, supporting his family. We would ask.
Let me ask you.
Here we go.
You've heard the term "ignorance of the law is not an excuse." You've heard that.
That ain't what he's talking about, sir.
How do you
You're
apply
done with that already?
in this case?
Follow the conversation, nigga.
I'm sorry. The rules are posted, and they don't have to be given to anybody. When they commit a crime and they're arrested, they answer to them, well, I didn't know injury to a child was a crime. Well, you're saying due process. I'm sorry. The due process does not work as when you're caught with a crime, it's up for the law enforcement of the accuser to show that you had notice, that you knew about the offense. We all know that doesn't apply. It's the same application in bond rules. And we can't
operate like that.
We can't do much more than have a bondsman who I believe their proper method is ensuring that the bond conditions are followed. But I don't know if they go over them or not, but we post them. They're on the record. And everybody knows. And as the attorney, it's always a wise idea, I think, to ensure that the defendant is not following the bond conditions. But Mr. Smith, as an attorney, you know.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was some bullshit.
You think that was bullshit?
Yeah, that was bullshit because, you know, he did the same thing that I knew he was going to do. When I just said it, I kind of figured he was going to try to bring it back to that point once they start saying everything good. And then once that date came out, it really just made me just think my story that I thought about was more right than what the fuck they doing to that nigga, because they wrong for that. This nigga literally did this shit in 2023, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's something like that. Before then, he got on bond at that time. So it's almost been like 2 years. They said almost 2 years of the nigga being out, right?
Yeah.
And he's been taking care of this kid. You ain't heard no other incidents of him fucking that kid up, right?
Yeah.
Then when the nigga trying to explain to him, you know, every time that I call him about this right here, he's very serious about it. He comes to my office. I ask him, tell him what to do. He go do it. He makes, and he take care of his family. See, the judge was pointed out like this nigga wasn't shit for beating the kid. He read everything on the script and didn't even ask when it came to the man. See, it's other people around here. You can tell that this dude is doing right. If you're not showing up when his lawyer telling him to show up, if he's not taking care of his business, then sir, you're right about what you're saying. Obviously, you're wrong.
And what this judge is not taking in consideration is that the children are resilient. I mean, they usually get over shit pretty quick. They're not. I mean, you know how many ass women I done got with extension cords, fucking yard extension cords. Come on, you think I hate my parents for it? No, I got my ass beat. We move on. We don't harp on that shit the whole goddamn time. That shit crazy.
And why don't the courtrooms correct these people, bro? Like these lawyers and these bondsmen and stuff like that, instead of taking it out on the people. If you in your mind think that they didn't do something right, and you have the proceeds to be like, you know what, I'm gonna call this nigga in and ask him this question. So what if you would have called that bail bondsman in, and that bail bondsman would say, well, I gave him the paperwork, but I didn't tell him.
Well, you normally have to sign it. And I bet you the bail bondsman has a signed copy of that piece of paper. But that is on the defendant, not the judge, to get.
I get that, but he's the one questioning it, though.
That's that's a question for the defendant.
No, it's a question for him because he wants to know if the person did it or not. His premise was, if they don't do this type of stuff, I don't know why they would not do it. Like he just said, you have the paperwork, like you just got through saying, it should have been told to you. Now I can literally, it's what he said, I can call this dude in and ask him this just to go to y'all point. That's what he said. And in my head got me thinking, well, bam, bro, you got the proceeds to go through it. You have the power. And why y'all don't recommend these people who don't do their damn job? Because it makes it look bad on you guys as the top. If you're the top of a company and your employees is fucking up, and then it goes to your managers, and then, bro, eventually it's going to be a reflection on you. But so you try to put the
lawyer should have been the one to go to the bondsman.
Yeah, I get all that, Mayo, and you're right about that. But that all goes out the window when the judge say he can do what he want to do, and he can call that dude in. So if you can do that, and you want to find out if you want to go through that process, sir, do it.
He has no reason to call him in.
But he said he could, Mayo.
The judge doesn't have to prove this.
Oh my God,
the defendant does.
It ain't about that, bro. I'm saying the judge, bro. If they have the power to correct these things, why don't they do it? Because you telling me that because they don't have to? Okay, because it's not their job.
It's the defendant's job. If his
You're right about that, Mayo.
If his lawyer is making the claim that the bondsman didn't tell him, it's his job to prove it. It's not the judge's.
Oh my God, bro, you're right about that. What do you not get about that? What do you think I'm saying, bro? Because some reason you're not understanding
the judge
it, bro.
Should call the bondsman in. That's what you said.
Yes, bro. What am I saying that you're not getting?
Why should the judge do it?
He just said he could, sir. He was just explaining to the damn the lawyer, bro. This is the reason why he don't do the whatever that shit is called, bro. When somebody's saying they didn't get the right information and they come back, because he said in his words, if you wasn't listening, that if he do it for him, everybody else is going to do it. So that stopped him from doing it, bro.
No, sir. It would be setting bad precedent. If he can prove it.
You see what I'm saying, bro? That's what you're not listening, bro. If it's setting bad precedents, Mayo, it would look good on his part to correct these motherfuckers on what they're not doing.
No, it wouldn't.
Instead of
because it
letting the
would
shit
give-
happen, bro.
It would give an excuse to everybody who breaks a bond just to be able to say in court and have it magically fucking believed that they didn't know their bond condition.
Cool, stay right there. Now think about this. If he pulled them niggas in there and he correct this shit, it won't be having that problem because these niggas will be telling them that. So when it comes back to they try to bring that shit up, they're gonna have proof to it, Mayo. They're gonna be like, no, we had it.
The judge's job.
My nigga, you're not understanding what I'm saying, bro. Can you please explain it to him, Tom? I just said the same thing he just got through saying, but he just saying it with the people that's in prison.
You're saying the judge should do this.
No.
It's not his job to do this, but why the fuck should the judge do it?
That's where you get lost at, bro, every time.
So what he's saying is, once you correct it once, from then on, every bail bondsman or whatever it is, bondsman person
do they
will
fucking
have
job.
do their job, have them sign it, so that part will be eliminated from the question where they have someone saying they didn't know that this was their bond. Shit.
They probably
no
do that already.
Yeah, they probably do, but he said they probably don't too. So the judge doesn't know. So what OG said is that if he takes the initiative and does it now, from then on, the bail bondman call the bails. Well, listen, having these bails bondsmen motherfucking in check to where they don't have to everyone has to sign shit, everyone has to know everything. That way they won't come back and say, well, I didn't know this shit, because they'll have proof of them telling them this shit. And
if that's his lawyers, if that's his lawyer's claim, then he should have brought evidence to court.
True, but he didn't.
And check this out. This is the most important part.
That
You notice he never did recommend
the lawyer's job.
Let him finish. And this is the important part. You know he never recommended that lawyer for that, right? Because he said two things that caught my ear. You should have heard it multiple times from several people. You should have heard it in court. That's the first one he said. Whoever was over there, you should have heard it from them. You should have heard it from your lawyer. That's what he told him. And then he said you should have heard it from your bail bondsman, right? So now you got a chance to correct all three. You got two of them in your motherfucking face right now. You got yourself. What you're trying to do is correct it because you're letting them know right then and there you cannot be in contact with a victim. So to that point, you're right about that. But one thing I didn't hear you say is when you asked that lawyer about that and he didn't say that he told him that, he expected the bail bondsman to tell him that. You didn't correct that lawyer. You didn't tell that lawyer, hey, you need to be letting your people know that if they go into jail for something, they cannot be in contact with these victims.
He literally told him he could sue the bondsman if he didn't tell him. And he could sue his lawyer.
He should have reprimanded the goddamn lawyer right then and there, because the lawyer act like he didn't know, and that lawyer didn't even tell him. So
that lawyer knew.
I'm not saying he didn't know. What I'm saying is he should have reprimanded that lawyer for not telling the goddamn defendant he should have been around the kid. Whether he did or didn't.
The words from the lawyer was, I expected the bail bondsman to give him the information. So obviously you telling that judge right to his face, I didn't tell him that. I didn't tell him he couldn't have contact with the victims. I put it on somebody else. That judge should have corrected his ass there. Sir, you are his lawyer.
Sir, it is
you supposed to tell him that.
It is the state bar's job. Now the lawyer, maybe the judge will file a complaint on the lawyer. Or the defendant can file a complaint on the lawyer.
Yeah.
I know next time I guarantee that lawyer gonna be telling all his clients after this nigga to.
I'll bet you he was told in court, and they can pull up the court record.
Yes, they can. And he has the power to do that.
I guarantee that motherfucker was told more than one time by several people not to go around that child.
And he did it for 2 years. Crazy.
Yep. All right.
People violate bonds all the fucking time.
Well, they do. Well, here come mama starting shit again.
I mean, why would you assume that a kid that you're accused of beating? I mean, that just makes no sense. Why you'd be allowed to be around him again? I mean, I'd bring the mama in and put CPS on her.
That's the problem. They already got CPS put on the ass.
Yeah. No, for this.
I think
for giving for because she's violating a court order too.
Yeah, but the court order wasn't against her.
That's what I'm saying. They don't have nothing to do with her.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not even.
Yeah, but
I think she's creating bad precedents as well.
But you're right, man. Yo, she is the one starting this shit by telling him to go pick his son up and all this other shit. You giving him the power to be around him.
And that's not even his real son. That's his stepson.
Mm-hmm.
That's even worse. But it is what it is.
He has no time for that kid on the cool. That's not even your biological kid.
Yeah. Well, and we don't have any evidence that the family he's taking care of is that kid and that mama.
True.
Yeah, you're right too.
She just needed a free babysitter, and he was game.
Yeah, that's what I heard out of the whole damn thing.
And then my whole thing is, me as a kid, bro, if you beat me like that, I'm not going to work with you.
Do me this favor, and the kid won't testify.
Like real talk. And that's the part that I don't get. You got a kid that's going through this. Why this nigga ain't running away from this dude? If this dude so-called choke you out, beat you half to death, and all this stuff here, whatever the fuck they said that this nigga did to you, when he come to pick you up, why the fuck are you getting in the car with him? I don't care, nigga. You can run to a police officer, bro. You can run away from them and won't get in trouble. Like you're going to get saved, brother. He don't supposed to be around you.
You didn't even have to leave school with the motherfucker, but you did.
Exactly. You did it.
That tells you that this motherfucker has, they both have fucking got over the situation. It was 2 years before that.
You know what happened, and it was in another state.
Yeah, and it was in Colorado.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got told on.
Yeah.
Well, I guarantee you, he showed up at school, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the teacher didn't recognize him. So they checked the list of authorized people to pick up the kid.
Yeah, that's probably true because they are mandatory reporters.
And guess what? And they don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Yep, they're gonna call the laws on your ass.
All right, well let's do this last one so I can go to bed.
Carter versus Russell. Where you guys at?
Thank
y'all.
This nigga just picking all bad judges today.
What's that motherfucker's name in the bottom?
We already seen that one. That one a long time ago. All right, well, we're gonna go with this one. Hold on. I got another one on deck.
I gotta add that nigga John Stevenson Jr. to my list. I don't like that nigga.
John Stevenson Jr. You a hater, that's what you are.
Do you like that other one that cokehead? I like him.
Yeah, he was all right.
Welcome to Look at Legal Stuff.
Oh, I can't stand
She takes it out on the whole family. Find out.
We ain't got time. This is a re-upload too.
All right, I got one more Miss Freight on position 3 at 12:30, and before you know it, it's 2 o'clock. Will be here. All right, Asbury and Hector. Take yourselves off mute, please. Both of you raise your right hands. Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, all truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Have we watched this one?
Nigga, she
like we
her
watched
face look
this one.
crazy, bro. Why her face look like that?
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
You look like she a boxer and was in
You
a
hear
fight
me?
this weekend.
I think
She
we've seen
swole
this one
up.
before. I think we've seen this one before. If I'm not mistaken, I think we've seen it.
She got a white ass hand too, boy.
No, she got that goddamn OG highlight on her.
So I got better lighting in there. My lighting just don't show my hands, sir. It do my whole face and body. So I got good lighting. Don't do that. She just got that one little light bulb over there. She need maybe 3 more to catch up with me. Yeah, man. I tell you, I'll take my pictures inside the grow room, dog. That thing lit the fuck up.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Tell us anything, nigga.
Yeah, you know it. Because it's so
Is
dear
that
to your
fair? You
heart.
have any witnesses or just you?
It's just me.
What about you, Miss Hector?
No, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, Miss. You still want to go for it, Miss Asbury?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead. Start from the most recent event, please. Stay focused.
The most recent event was September 11th.
But we've been going through this for a year and a half, but the most recent event was September 11th. My neighbor, I work all the time, Your Honor. And I also do community. I have a nonprofit, so I'm out in the community all the time. But my neighbors kind of look out for me because they kind of know what's going on. And they called me and said that it was an altercation going on at my home down at 25. I went down like I always do to try to escalate the situation. And Miss Hector, we call her Drill. She's always coming to our property, and I have a property right up the street with. My son stays in the over there. She has a child by my son, and she since she had the baby, she just out of control. I wish both of them would go to family counsel to, try to find out how to coexist with the child. But Miss Hector, she'll get mad with my son and she takes it out on the whole family where she makes threats towards me. Every time I try to de-escalate the situation, it's always a threat toward me. The threats are toward the neighbors. This neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
That bitch look violent in the motherfucker.
I know why he with her.
Oh yeah, dude.
I already know why he with her.
Why?
She crazy.
That neck ain't crazy. Yeah, bro, that neck ain't crazy. You see them big ass lips? But that nigga down there having some fun, nigga. She can't even, his mama can't even tell him, you stay away from that hood, man. I love her, mama.
I love her, mama.
That's what I tell you.
That pussy too good, mama.
Yeah, boy.
He said that shit is fire.
Bro, she threatened your whole family. You still be talking to her. Gotta be 5 times.
That's a fact. I ain't down here on that one. Oh shit.
Neighborhood is mostly older people live in the neighborhood, and it's just like right now it's just becoming an embarrassment. The threats are coming out of control. I don't take it lightly because I had a sister who passed for domestic violence. So I even tried to talk to her and say, look, this is not the way to do it. This is not the way to do it. The last thing before that, defects will call on her because she tries to just make my son do things with the kid, even though he tried his best to do what he needs to do. She go sit the child on the pudge and somebody and leave, and don't even know if my son there or not. She might see the car, but she don't know if my son there or not. And she'll sit the child on the pudge. So somebody called defects on her. So I guess she thought it was me called defects. So she sent a threatening message, and I can read it. She said, "Not you trying to get caught a tuck from me. Watch what I tell you. Watch your back, cause it's up for your ass." Then she showed up at my house. I called the police. I have police reports on all of this. She showed up at my house. And then, and that was before September 11th. It's kind of like going back. September 11th, when I went down trying to de-escalate the situation, she left the baby, but she came back on September 12th with the police saying we just took the baby. But she said on September 11th, because the baby was out there in the car while she doing all this, I went and got the baby because the baby was crying. She was like, okay, F it, y'all just keep the baby. Okay, I know she wasn't telling the truth, but of course the baby needed to be seen by. So I took the baby and, when they got the baby pampers and milk or whatever, and just, make sure the baby was comfortable. But she came back with the police the next day. The next day, which was September 12th, things really escalated out of control. And, we was trying, I showed the police TPO, and while the police was reading the TPO, she said something about, that's why your sister died. She was making reference to my dead sister and everything. I turned around to walk toward her. The police, then she told the police I hit her, but I did not hit her.
Okay. You're right. So Ms. Asbury, let me ask you, so you are the grandmother of the baby between her and your son?
I have nothing to do with it, but she takes it out every time she get mad at my son. She takes it out on the whole family, and that's what I'm tired of.
Does your son live with you?
That's that fuck you face. I'm gonna do what I want.
Lives in my house.
Yes, sir.
Miss Hector. You're right. I'm sorry. Right. So, Ms. Asbury, does he live with you?
No, he lives down the street in my home at 25-9. I let both my son live in my home at.
All right. Does he come to your house a lot?
Yeah, he does.
All right. So
and I go to 25-9 because he have other kids, so I help out with my other grandkids while my other grandkids were there. So I'm at both houses at all times.
Right. So your position is when she gets mad at him or whatever, she uses you as a grandma and a babysitter when she wants to. When she gets mad at him or gets mad at you, she comes over there, acts out, and you feel in fear for your safety.
Yes, because she's very she to me. I don't want to say she's mentally because I can't diagnose that, but something is wrong, young.
All right, I got you, Miss Hector. I'll hear from you. Stay on point, Miss Hector.
Right, I'm stay on point.
Go ahead.
Okay, so ever since I had my child, before Terrence, before we started going back and forth, it was no back and forth until his mom got involved. His mom started telling the baby father that we had to be married for him to help me. This man was staying in my house, and she told him he couldn't help me, and I was on my 6 weeks, couldn't work, couldn't do nothing. She was telling him, "Don't help me with my child." It started being a problem when he started like not helping me. I'm asking him like, just help me. I got everything that I need. Just help me. Just watch my child. That's it. I don't ask this man for no money, no nothing. Just watch my child. Anytime me and Terrence get into it, I come to his house. And whenever we get into it, she comes down there and she calls the police. This man has literally brutally, he abused me and all, and they sit and watch him abuse me. And every time we have an altercation, she calls the police. She come down there. She involves herself.
Altercation.
Terrence don't call the police. She calls the police. She don't help with my child. She tell him, "Don't get my child."
She mentioned other stuff.
Wait, pause it
where
real
she
quick.
lives and all
Pause
that.
it real quick. You gotta pause this, bro. See, this is a disingenuousness, bro. We gotta stop this now. We didn't say nothing when this old activist up here said all these words that didn't make no goddamn sense. That we knew what they was now.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, that's what it is. Okay, well, I don't have to say nothing else then, sir. Because I was about to say, if you didn't call this old lady out for these 18 words that she said that was not correct, and she sounded, what's her name? What's her? Athena. Yeah, Miss Athena. I don't even want to do Aretha. Yeah, I don't even want to do you like that, Miss Aretha. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I bet she say Amalam.
I got up and
and Tom, Tom, she speaks OG, and so do we.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I understand everything that she's saying. I don't understand this, bro. It's because I'm slow, fool.
No, I ain't saying it's because you're slow.
No, I'm asking. Is it because I'm slow that I understand these words that she's saying? Because it seems I understand everything that both of them saying. It's not like they missed a word. Might don't sound right, but I understood it. Okay.
I didn't say I don't understand. I just think it's funny.
Yeah, she sure couldn't get that word out.
Two of them.
It happens. It happens. Fuck it.
That's true.
What about that?
Came where she lives. She comes where I am. She comes to his house.
Well, his house is actually her house. It belongs to her.
It doesn't matter if I'm not coming to you. Why are you coming to me?
Do you live in her house?
I have a child with her son, so it don't have nothing to do with her. Why are you in our business?
Live in her house.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay. To her.
Oh my God, this motherfucking judge is doing some dumb shit. Okay, first of all, the judge, I need you to stop thinking so fucking far into it. This woman just bigged up her son. So which one is it? Do you want to go with Miss Aretha when she said that her son is living in one of her houses that she owned? Because that makes her an owner and makes him a tenant.
Yes.
Right? And he has other kids that stay there. So obviously that's his motherfucking house.
That he's renting, yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're going down there, like she's saying, so she ain't said nothing wrong. I just don't like this judge bullshit talking about this is her house. Well, if you're saying that, then he's staying with his mother. And obviously he's not, because she has her own house. She's an owner, man. She rents her shit out.
Yeah. And she has interest in what happens on that property.
Not like that. Not just because you own the house and your tenants is going at it like that, bro. You don't get into your tenants' business.
You do when it's your son.
That's not the point. That's just like saying she shouldn't be Miss Kendra Hector shouldn't be messing with him. Well, that's her baby daddy.
That's just her baby daddy.
Which one take precedent? The woman that you having a kid with, or the woman that had birth from you? That's the woman you came out of.
The one that you got to.
Hey, makes it. Hey. I'm just saying. So hey, that judge need to get it together. She already biased. I see it's about to go left.
You see it's about to go left?
Yeah, she biased already, bro. She just told Kendra that what she just said was unfactual. Like this, like this is a baby daddy don't got his own house. No, it's his mama's house. Okay,
it is his
cool.
mama's house.
Hey, you sound like them. You exactly, sir.
I
But that makes it his.
Sure, for the time being.
So he's supposed to be loyal to the woman that pushes him around, not the one that pushed him out.
Loyalty ain't got nothing to do with it. It's the judge. She's saying, yeah, she came in here on y'all side. I don't know what's going on with mama. Listen, mama. we're talking about the judge saying some stupid shit. That's what we said. So, mama, do you believe that if you're renting a house that you don't own that house? It's not your spot. It's the person who you renting it from. That's their spot.
Well, I own it. Legally, what's in the house belongs to them. But I own the property and I have a certain amount of say of what goes on that property.
Cool. So I'm going to take your words and what you just got to saying because it seems like you're trying to go around me, mom, and I can't believe you're doing this to me.
I'm not trying to go around.
So if you are renting something, you don't have no control on what you're renting. You can't put no furniture in there. You really got to ask the owner, hey, can I make sure I add blue furniture in here?
No. That's not what I said. What I said was when you're renting a property, you control what goes on inside. So it's your furniture, it's your family, it's your humble abode. But
so it's your house. Right.
It's on loan. Yeah.
Okay. But it's yours.
To a certain extent.
It's yours.
Extent. As long as I'm paying the rent, yes.
Yes. Just like if you go to Rent-A-Center and you get a TV from Rent-A-Center, you pay Rent-A-Center for the TV, it's still your TV. Once you're done paying it, because I can even go to the point where you're talking about people who rent to own. That's not their house.
Well, to be honest with you, to your point, rent to own is a total different type of thing.
Because you're getting the owning of a house, but it still makes it your home. Either way it goes if you rented something.
I agree with you on that. I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying about that part. That part is absolutely right because you have a lease. Just like because you even got the whole, like if you were a part of an RV group, they have certain places where you actually lease the spots that you're renting for the time being, and you gotta switch it every 2 weeks. You go to a different place because you're in a leasing group. So if the place tries to kick you off the property, they can't because you're an actual tenant of the fucking group. So they can't kick you out because you are actually on the lease. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with you. You can't kick a person that's on the lease off of something that they're actually owning at that point in time until they're no longer part of that group or that fucking rental agreement. I agree with you.
But just because he pays rent doesn't mean he's got a lease either.
That's true too.
And I doubt his mama made him sign a lease.
Well, that's neither here nor there for him and her.
But the way that they making it sound, bro, and the way the judge make it sound, this nigga ain't paying no rent, no nothing. His mama owned that motherfucking house. That's his mama's house.
No matter, that part doesn't matter because if she's allowing him to stay there, whether he has a lease or not, she's allowing him to take ownership of that house at that point in time.
Yeah, but he's not barring her from the property.
No. He's not borrowing his mother nor that bitch, which is his stupid.
Why wouldn't nigga? She let you stay there for free. Remember, the judge said this is mama house.
No. He should be, since he's having so many problems with Miss Kendria. He should be like, nah, this bitch trespassed from over here, but he ain't doing that since they always fighting. So it's his fault. The reason why this shit is going on between his mama and this bitch.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because you notice he didn't show up to be a witness in it.
Yeah,
I thought he was there.
He let
I thought he was there in the first beginning,
No,
but he fell off.
So.
That wasn't him at the top, the black nigga at the top that looked like Miss Aretha.
No.
I thought they had the same last name.
It's only 2 more minutes left of this shit, so I know damn well that nigga didn't show up.
No, I'm saying when it first came on, didn't that nigga and Miss Aretha had the same last name, Asbury or some shit?
No.
The nigga that was up there with Miss Valerie, or whatever her name is. Miss Flucker.
No, sir. It's Fluker, but okay.
Yeah, Flucker, nigga. Put the CK in there, nigga. The Flucker, nigga.
Yeah.
Like,
You heard OG. Fluck her.
Yeah.
Why would you stick your child with a name like that? I want to know.
I
want to know.
Fluck her.
And he come to my house all the time. So what? We have a child together. You can't make me stop bringing my child to him.
You can stop coming over, bitch.
She don't have to. If he wants
And
over,
she
get
also
some
put her
neck.
hands on me. She took my child, and when I came back to get my child, they didn't want to give me my child. So yes, I came with the police officer, and when we was talking to the police officer, she was talking mess, and I talked mess back to her. All I said was, you are raising an abusive man, and you're expecting me to feel sorry for you because your sister died. You're raising your son to be abusive. I have scars. I have pictures of this man brutally, like literally dragging me on the concrete down the hill. This man is bigger than me. I can't, like, I don't have nobody on my side. That's crazy. Hold on,
Why are you trying to fight that nigga?
That's a fact. Hold on real quick. Tell that bitch to hold on while you in court. That's a fact. Walk off.
I'm on the phone with the court. With your mom. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, goddamn. This nigga showed up to her side.
No, he didn't. Don't say that.
He did.
Yeah.
She said, I'm on the phone with the court with your mama.
Hey, autocorrect will not let you put LFUK. It's going to add an E on your shit every fucking time. That's bullshit.
That's crazy. Hold on right quick. This mama did.
That's a fact.
I'm on the phone with the court with your mom. That's what I'm doing. Okay, and I'm on court with your mama. You want to explain to her?
Anything else, Miss Hector?
Yes, it's a lot. It's just a lot. It's just she always involving herself. She also put her hands on me while I was sitting in the car. Didn't do anything to her. Like I was saying, I told her I wasn't saying, "Oh, that's why your sister is dead." I was making.
All right.
And she put her hands on me though. That's what I'm saying.
Well, you don't have a counterclaim. Nothing I can do about that. Anything else, Miss Asbury?
Right.
Yes, Your Honor. When she's saying that I never tell my child, that's my grandchild. Why would I tell my child not to take care of his baby?
Anything else that's relevant?
No, ma'am.
All right, both of you put your emails in the chat. I'm gonna put this in place for 12 months.
That's fine. I don't gotta be around her. Don't want to be around her.
Put your email in the chat, Miss Hector.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, then y'all can both go ahead and leave.
Thank you.
I like that case. That's when that judge felt stupid as shit.
What did the judge do a damn thing?
Yeah, she did. She felt stupid in the motherfucker when that same ass nigga just walked in that motherfucking house.
But that had nothing to do with her.
Yeah, dude. She was making it seem like this motherfucker was worthless, nigga. And guess what? That neck game so cold, this nigga came in the highest nigga like she had caught with the nigga mama. Crazy word. Well, to tell you, boy, justice and love, bro.
I don't
Black
think the
love,
judge
real.
cared. I think the fucking mother cared because it made her look stupid.
Uh-huh.
The judge could care less. You know, she deal with niggas all day.
Yep, she was agreeing with this black lady. She was all on Miss Aretha's side. Yeah.
Fuck Miss Aretha too.
Yeah, you all on Miss Aretha's side looking stupid.
I'd have kicked her son out if it was me. If I was a father, I'm kicking that bitch out too. Get your little fucking ass out of here since you can't tell that little bitch.
Yeah, Zuma, God is good, bro. I needed to see that, bro. That's what.
You get this nigga out of here.
More of that. We need more of that, bro. See, transparency and accountability around this motherfucker. Okay. Hey. Yeah.
All right, y'all. Shit, I'm getting my ass up out of here. I gotta go to sleep. I had a long day of golfing and I'm fucking hurting. My fucking goddamn Achilles is killing me. Oh, it's swollen in a bitch. Oh my God. Look at God.
Is that the same foot you've been limping around on for?
No, it's the opposite foot.
Doggone, what you trying to do?
I don't know.
Because he's trying to make up for the other foot.
Yeah, that's what it was. Oh, that shit hurt so bad. All right, y'all. We up out of here. We'll see y'all tomorrow with some bullshit. I don't know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do something. Fuck it. We'll find something to talk about. Yeah. Probably gonna talk about how LA got motherfucking gonorrhea of the mouth.
That's a fact. We found out that nigga be bumping butts tonight.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying?
Gonorrhea-tosis.
Yeah, that's a fact. Why fucking Sharon? Why Ron's motherfucking wife is pegging both of them at the same time? She double cucking their ass, boy. It's crazy. Other than that, we'll see y'all tomorrow. We out of here. Peace.